Alan Jackson at US 107.9. I didn't give Dallas a choice on the other. Then he started out on Super Tuesday with Your Soul.
And that song is about a woman being Dallas, but it is a good song.
But then you have the Two for Tuesday with Dallas the Kid and Cowboy Bob halfway through the 3 o'clock hour, and Dallas Pacific. Mom. Yes.
We need to see when it's cooling off, hopefully soon. And we need some rain too.
All right, let's check out the forecast here in about 30 seconds. This hour's weather brought to you by Bush Trailer Sales, 6901 South, 183rd West. On your way to Viola through Palmetto.
For all your trailer needs, it's Horse Trailer Sales. Implement, utility, tilts, dump bed, they carry them all. Bring up your truck with grill guards, hitches, and flatbeds. Large selection of built curl, aluminum flatbeds in stock. For your hay and feeding needs, it's Butler Bale Bed, heavy-duty hay feeders, and self-moving bed trailers, 6 to 8 bale capacity, fast and professional installation and repairs on your current truck or trailer. At the best repair shop on the planet, K42 and 183rd Street West. Call Rick Andy Street at 620-545-7292 or horsetrailer.com.
This afternoon, we're going to see sunny skies with high near 94. Tonight it'll be mostly clear with a high low 65. And tomorrow, sunny, high near 94. So looking at the rest of the week, Thursday will be partly sunny with a high near 90. It'll be windy that day. Then on Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 92. So looking into the weekend, Saturday, sunny, a high of 94. And Sunday, sunny, a high of 97. Less than 07 for Utah.
When the grass is growing, you need to be mowing with 0% for 42 months retail finance on a new Hustler Zero Turn Mower. That's right. Qualified buyers can enjoy 0% for 42 months on qualified Hustler Zero Turn mowers. Come into Brownsville at home today and get that Hustler Zero Turn lawnmower you've been dreaming of. That's Brownsville. 15 days. Start down in Dexter, Kansas. Qualified buyers are in the business. Restrictions apply. Simply look for daily details. Hustler mowers are made right here in the USA.
Don't say hello to Zip with West Construction and Radar. They're in the United States 27 years. Serving Central Oklahoma and Cowley counties. We are an authorized list of builders who are in the top brands in the industry. But they have our building materials high right now. Well, actually, lumber has come down about 50% in the last 3 months. We build workshops, horse farms, condominiums, and lawnmowers. Give them a call, 316-516-6269. Or go online to Construction, SLACLEF, construction.com. Hurry and Harvest made it easy for you to shop online. Choose your equipment, pick attachments, and even apply for financing all at jbuyonline.com. Whether you're looking for a John Deere riding lawnmower, compact utility tractor, utility vehicle, or compact construction equipment, Hurry and Partners has what you need to get the job done. Get started shopping today at jbuyonline.com.
We're looking for a veterinarian ready for a
on how to keep your wives happy as often as you can and in as many situations as you can think of. Say those 3 little words that make her so happy. I was wrong.
ground and a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on Friday night. Everything's a bit see some, see the light in mama's eyes. Feel it till the sun was just down. The old mother's love. It's a little things in life that mean it's not where you live. What you drive on the price tag on your clothes. There's no dollar sign on piece of mind. The sign on the note. So if you agree, have a drink with me. Raise your glasses for a toast to a little bit of chicken fried. And cold beer on Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio, I'd like to see sunrise. See the love in the woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And the mother's love. Thank God for my life. For the stars and stripes. Made freedom for all fly. Let it rain. Salute the ones who died. The ones that give their lives. So we don't have to sacrifice all the things we love. Like our Jesus and cold beer on Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio, like to see sunrise. See the love in the woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And no one else knows. It's a little too bright. The cold beer on Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio, like to see sunrise. See the love in the woman's eyes. Feel the touch of a precious child. And no one else knows.
Hanging out with you along with Dallas Achilles Tuesday, and this is got that grab band in your selection.
Yes.
Is exactly what you're talking about for Fort County. We're hoping this is on the way.
Yes.
I hope so. That grab band in.
Colder weather here on US 107.9.
She check Colorado if we take her away. Closes the door for the winter, lets it cold in. And wonders if her love's strong enough to make him stay. So dancing by the tail lights, shining through the window pane. You said I want to see you again, but I'm stuck in cold weather. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Can I call you then? She said you're a man. You ain't ever gonna change. Got a gypsy soul playing you were born believing. And a truck stop down just outside of lane. The night is black, coffee he was drinking. And in the waitress' eyes he sees the same old light shining. Ain't some Colorado and a girl who lived behind him. He said I want to see her again, but I'm stuck in cold weather. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Can I call you then? She said you're a man. You ain't ever gonna change. It's your soul playing you were born believing, born believing. But it's a winding road when you're in the lost and found. You go round and round. And I love you, but I need you. I don't want you, but I need you. You know it's you. It calls me back here, baby. I see you again. But I'm stuck in cold weather. Baby, I'm not always be there. Can I call you there? When I close my eyes, I see no matter where I am. I can smell your perfume through these western pines. If you're close to me, it's a shame about the weather. I know soon we'll be together. I can't wait till then. I can't wait till
do with cowboy? Now we're sliding there, staying. Getting out of bed. And putting on his boots and getting down. What you gonna do? He says, I got half my stay. What you gonna do with the cowboy? When he don't settle up right away. You see, it takes a special kind of woman. Put up with a life cowboy name. This book is always ready. This big gray and buddy. She'll have her own couch and never leave. Don't even start thinking you're gonna change anything. You better off try to rope me. She is this what you got. And give me what you got. And honey, you can't have a little bread. So what you gonna do with the cowboy? No, this goes down. Lying there still. Getting out of bed. Putting on his boots and getting gone. What you gonna do? He said, honey, I gotta have my stay. What you gonna do with the cowboy? When he don't settle up right away. Yeah, what you gonna do with the cowboy? When he don't settle up right away. Chris Ledoux, along with Garth Brooks, and US 107.9, and I need to talk to you real quick about one of our sponsors, Cowboy Hockey Service. Yes, and the service goes South Kansas and Oklahoma. They can help you with some fabrication, mobile welding service, plasma cutting, especially process cutting, and technical crew that like I say will come on this experience. They can help you with design, build, and installation. Everything you got to do. More importantly, upgrade, they are certified, licensed and insured, commercial, industrial, residential, no job, to install. You call it today, 316-308-6850. Auto welding service, 7131 South Broadway, in Hayesville. We'll buy and see if I have a poncho. But Dallas, you were like a there of this. I'm going to give them a few. Maybe I'll work for a few. Now, I'll just go on with anything. Okay, so I'll call Jim Sullivan. Because here's what he actually doing. So the people go by and say, poncho and correct. Maybe either a cat or another cow. Yeah, and you need to have poncho and lefty or two others. It makes perfect sense. It makes sense to me. I think it's ready to talk to about. But anyway, our pro welding service, the guys who are interested, if you need any welding, they can help you with it. 316-305-6850 on this Tuesday. We just happen to have poncho and lefty.
Hey, you're visiting with Andy and Andy Deals. You're on the buy one pair, get one pair of free boots. Andy, what's going on around here? Get ready for the fall and winter months, are we?
Yes, we've got the area jackets with the logos down the side. Those are always a good Christmas gift.
Dandale's College and Greenwich open 7 days a week.
Listen up, folks.
It's the biggest country music event to hit Wichita in years.
It's the Frontmen of Country, September 29th, Wichita Union Stockyards.
Larry Stewart of Restless Heart.
Richie McDonald of Lone Star.
Tim Brushlow of Little Town.
30 million records sold. A night of incredible country music.
Wichita Union Stockyards, September 29th, 7 p.m., 6251 West McCarthy.
Tickets at kwlsradio.com or call 316-945-1079. Don't miss
Sharon Derby mattress. Sharon, what is a heavy duty mattress?
They're built specifically for men, weighing up to 1,100 pounds. Springs are individual wrapped hybrid coils, and they come in a medium and a firm.
So these aren't just your regular spring.
Oh no, these are your individual wrapped hybrid coils.
Who makes these?
Sutton, and in business since 1893.
Derby mattress South K15 right next to the VFW where you're always treated like a friend.
Toppers Plus Truck Accessories has moved to a new location at 333 Northwest Street. We're ready to hook you up for trailer season, whether you're towing your boat, cycle, RV, or lawn equipment. Toppers Plus has receiver hitches, goosenecks, fit wheel hitches, brake controllers, and trailer wire. Choose from top brands like BMW hitches made in Kansas for reach, curve, and draw type. Hitches matter. Get trailer season ready at Toppers Plus. New location, 333 Northwest Street, or ToppersPlusKS.com.
Hey, Vicky, the College Community Foundation is having a rodeo, Rougstock Rodeo, September 16th and 17th in College.
Yes, they are, and they're gonna have local food trucks, mutton busting, bareback bull riding, and a whole lot more.
And Friday night at DJ Clean and Tunes, Saturday night a local performance by Untamed Country and Rodeo Grounds in College.
Tickets are only $15.
Friday, 7 p.m., Saturday, 7 p.m.
For more details, go to collegecf.org/rodeo.
Step up to the ultimate towing experience with the Cub Cadet Ultima Series, the industry's strongest zero-turn lineup, featuring a fully electric Ultima CT1 for high-quality performance without all the maintenance. And now, the Ultima CTS, a first-of-its-kind zero-turn with an intuitive steering wheel. See the Ultima Series at Trailers and More, a mile and a half north of Kellogg on Main Road in Wichita.
You get more with Trailers and More. Join us every Sunday afternoon at 2 for Country Gold with Terry Clark on US 107.9. This hour of Song of Inspiration brought to you by Trailers and More at 433 North Mains Road in Wichita.
WS, Winfield, Art City, Wichita. US 107.9.
This special feature is brought to you by Cliff Cross and Associates.
Now, the rest of the story. When the team of workers awakened in their remote woodland camp that autumn morning, they was to discover that one of their number was dead, apparently having passed away in his sleep. The group's supervisor personally examined the body, finding no suspicious mark or other sign of foul play. He pronounced natural causes and all prepared for prompt burial. The rest of the day proceeded normally, productively, and rather well considering the circumstances without even mentioning the fallen comrade. Now I'm going to paint for you a moving picture, and you tell me what you see. It is the same day and it is sundown. Everybody is back in camp as ham supper is getting ready to turn in when all at once the world goes silent. It was as though the twilight breeze rolling gently down the mountainside and through the valley, and in an instant swept away the bird song, the rushing river, the sighing of the spruce trees, leaving in its wake complete, absolute quiet. And now the workers are frozen statues. They are standing, staring up the mountain trail that leads into camp. Something is coming. And yes, oh yes, they see it now. Every eye is on it now, and every eye follows it as it draws nearer. Every head turns precisely synchronized as it passes into their midst and continues moving. Everyone turns as one, except one. The supervisor, he alone cannot see. He sees the others watching dumbstruck, screaming, suddenly trembling. He peers into the dusk, and the nothing that the others know is there. Yet whatever it is still gliding among them without stopping, passing inexorably, irresistibly through the middle of the camp and on down the riverside trail. And it is gone now. And no sooner sound and motion return to the world. The birds, the river, the trees are alive again. The visitation took all of a minute, perhaps. At least that evening's visitation. For everything you've just experienced occurred the day following at sundown, and the sundown after that, and the sundown after that. 4 successive twilights. Whatever it was returned from the mountain and left by the riverside trail. And the workers who obviously saw it, whose turning heads and ribbon eyes swallowed it, they would not tell the supervisor what they had seen. They never would tell. They never could tell. For the unseen was seen only by those who could never describe it. The ghost of a fallen comrade? I don't know. Maybe death itself came down the mountain road on that Alaskan wilderness in the early 20th century. The northern lights have seen strange sights. But the strangest they ever did see was witnessed by another human. The camp supervisor, a skeptical, hard-nosed sourdough named Slim Williams, did not believe in ghosts and such. Old Slim, the only human in camp, found chilling, compelling, the evidence of undeniably objective and entirely unsuperstitious witnesses, his team of workers, his 10 sled dogs. Dogs who, following the death of one of their own, had paused in the fading light to behold. Anybody who knew old Slim Williams would tell you that his word was as good as gold. And I have to think that to be true even after hearing the rest of the story.
Those who are threatened are not stable. They're not very trustworthy either. So maybe it's
Well, the boys around here don't listen to the news from old both cities to the jukebox needle and the honky tonk where they move stone all night. What? Yeah, I'm what they call work and digging in the dirt. Gotta get it in the ground for the rain comes down to get paid. To get the girl and four-wheel drive. Yeah, the boys around here drinking that ice cold beer. Talking about girls, talking about trucks, running in with dirt roads out, kicking up dust. The boys around here, turning up there to the man upstairs. Some backwoods legit, don't take no lid. Shoot back, shoot back, shit. Oh, yeah. Well, the boys around here, they're keeping it country. Ain't a damn one know how to do it nothing. So these girls around here, yeah, they still love me. Yeah, the girls around here, they all miss something. Shaking that sugar sweet as Dixie Crystal. They like that yawning southern drawl and just can't have it. They just love falling. Boys around here, drinking that ice cold beer. Talking about girls, talking about trucks, running in with dirt roads out, kicking up dust. The boys around here, standing up there to the man upstairs. Backwoods legit, don't take no lead. Shoot back and shoot back and spit. Hey, now, girl, me and you, take a little ride to the river. Let's ride, lay your blanket on the ground, kissing in the crickets, it's a
Boys right here, Blake Shelton, along with Cowboy Bob and Dallas Kid at US 107.9. Your home, the real American country. On the way, let's see what we got coming up this summer.
We have Stafford Brothers, Golden Brothers, and right now, Blake Shelton is my favorite song. This is my favorite because it makes me think about green.
All green, all red. Here's Blake Shelton at US 107.9.
Well, I called my wife with another man, and it cost me $99. I raised that farm in Georgia, close to the Florida line. Well, I've been here for 2 long years. I can't get it my friend. So he sentenced me to a life of ease, taking care of old man, he's the damnedest dog that I've ever seen. Guy knows that can smell a 2-day trip. He's a 4-legged tracking machine. You can see yourself mighty looking past the gators and the big sand dunes. Here ain't nobody got past red. Somebody, why don't you come over and kiss you back? He brought down a little tin can. She was pretty as she could be. Well, they pinned her up in the swamp land about a mile just before his evening run, I just dropped him off. And the woman sang, "Come on, somebody, why don't you go over and kiss you back?"
Mike, and I'm the Ranger with Bluegrass and More. Sundays at noon from the Winfield Studio on Real American Country. The new 106.
I paint the cabinet white.
Oh, you're painting the cabinets?
White, because remember there are dark, here.
Oh,
I just,
wow.
looks clean.
Gosh, my whites are so bitter. You didn't paint these, did you?
No,
I can take these off, you know. Want me to take these off?
no, it's done. Yes, I'll paint this one. With this color.
Oh.
So it will not be all white, 28?
Okay.
There's something at the end
What's that?
Pulveron.
Oh,
Pulveron, ano ba yun? That's flour, milk, and sugar, and butter.
you need that.
Yeah. So, I grew up in jungle. My food
You don't know?
it's not, Americans do not know all those things. They're,
It's not.
yeah.
I don't know that.
Rednecks. Your whole day is asleep, huh?
I'm up now.
But
Trying to wake up.
I'll make more dreams come true.
Oh, I need to shave. Got a beard. You like my beard? Gray beard.
I like your bird.
Oh.
Say those 2 hours, our buddy Jim Ben on the Tuesday Dallas area.
Yeah. But, and you know why? Because that's the small town I grew up in.
It is. Yes, it is. He's from Atlanta, Kansas. Not to be confused with Georgia. Now it's politics. There you go. But hey, we've got some good stuff all the way. Tim went in, Ellen Brothers. And Dallas, I get to leave the father.
Yes.
And go down here tonight with me, watch Jason, and your dad, your grandpa, and everybody. And help your grandpa and help your mom celebrate her birthday. So that's all coming up. But during that, you will be
I
doing
will still be here with doing Cracker Barrel with Miss Dana.
Dana's coming down, and she'll be here, and Dallas and Dana will be here. Well, actually, an hour from now, you'll be right in the middle of Cracker Barrel.
Okay, this 19.
I got a lot of comments on this little TikTok trailer of people asking for the next size up. And it's this one right here. Let's go look at it. This is a 2022 New Cam Tab 320 with a boom package, a tapered back end with protection. And this is your black tank here. So if your toilet drains into this tank, and you can take it right into a gas station and dump it in the toilet if you want to. You have an enclosed underbelly, off-road tires, full pane windows, and this thing looks like an airplane bathroom almost. Really nice Amish handmade cabinetry. You're going to have a refrigerator in here, a 2-burner stove, and you have nice locks on all of your cabinets here. We're going to have a bathroom all in one here. That's the 3-in-1 combo with the sink even. And then you have a TV and microwave as well. You can put your table outside when you have this nice rail system for outside accessories. You have an AC under the bed too, so it doesn't take up ceiling height. And then you can actually make this whole area into one very large bed here as well. So that is an awesome space. You have additional storage back behind here.
Thank you.
And you even have soft close cabinets. I got a lot of
School pickup. There we go. I think we need to get moving. Here, pick up our school kids. Come on, let's go. Thanks, you too. School pick. What are you doing here? Oh, you're flirting like crazy. Never had a lamb do this. I'm gonna maybe try to cool it off. I have a pail of not cold and not hot water. It's like warm. I mean, I think what we did to warm up the lamb, we're going to try to cool it off a little bit. Alright, let's see. Temperatures. 42. Normal body temperature for lambs is 102 to 103 degrees Fahrenheit. So what is 42? That's 100, almost 108. We put colder water in, and it's not panting. Can you check your temp again? 41.3. Temperature is everything with a lamb. You saw this lamb, right? Magic. Look at that. Just amazing. What are we doing here? Let me share with you the soft sandwich bread I've been making for my daughter's school lunches. I'm going to put the ingredients in the description below, work them into a dough, and then let it rise. Then shape into this log form, cover, and let it rise a second time. Make some slits into the top, and then bake the bread. For really soft crust, after baking, spread it with some butter. And then once it's cooled, you can slice it and enjoy it. Look at this awesome soft texture. Perfect for school sandwiches or with fresh tomatoes. Follow for more recipes. Let me share with you the soft sandwich bread I've been making for.
So the story begins in November of 2012, when Iran for the first time attempted to intercept a U.S. drone operating 16 miles from its border. MQ-1 was intercepted by a pair of Su-25s. They opened fire on the drone and failed to shoot it down. A few months later, in March of 2013, two Iranian F-4 Phantoms once again tried to engage an MQ-1, but this time, however, the drone wasn't alone. Two F-22s were escorting the MQ-1. As the two Iranian aircraft, one of the escorting Raptors also made a move and flew up underneath one of the Phantoms. The F-22 sneaked close to the F-4s to check their weapons load without them knowing that it's right under there. The F-22 pilot then pulled up alongside the left wing of one of the F-4 and told the Iranian pilots that they really ought to go home. The whole time the Iranian pilots, nor the ground controllers, had any idea about the F-22's presence till the Raptor pilot broke the radio silence. The incident demonstrates the impressive stealth characteristics of the Raptor, which was able to approach the enemy undetected and scout out their arsenals before scaring them off. So the story begins in November of 2012, when Iran for the first time attempted to intercept a U.S. drone operating 16 miles from its border. MQ-1 was intercepted by a pair of Su-25s. They opened fire on the drone, but failed to shoot it down. A few months later, in March of 2013, two Iranian F-4 Phantoms once again tried to engage an MQ-1, but this time, however, the drone wasn't alone. Two F-22s were escorting the MQ-1. As the two Iranian The F-22 sneaked close to the F-4s to check their weapons load without them knowing that it's right under there. The F-22 pilot then pulled up alongside the left wing of one of the F-4 and told the Iranian pilots that the guy who listens to country music wears cowboy boots, big belt buckles,
help me make it through the night.
I got 17
I
sneakers in the
am
car.
ever
Rap
wrong.
music. Two people that are
I'm
so far
scared to
on every level.
understand.
It came really close.
Take the
I
day.
don't know if that's the pitching change that we had. I went over to left field, be right field. He came over. But there's no other person in this world, other than my parents, that if something ever happened to me or my wife, that I would want to raise my kids. Guy who listens to country music, wears cowboy boots, big belt buckles. Which one's a barber? How you doing, man? Robert doing good. You straight? Sir, you can cut hair? Yeah, I'm actually gonna start on Monday in the whole bathroom, but I might be in trouble. When the last time you got a cut? Like 3 weeks ago. You got time for a cut? Yes. I got you. I got time for one cut. Companies don't want to make regional cars. It's hard enough to make money as a car manufacturer, so they're going to probably follow these things. And to be fair to California, for once, these car companies have already announced this. They've already announced they're moving toward electric cars by 2035. Like, for example, General Motors. They're not going to have a single internal combustion engine. That's what they're saying now. We'll see what happens. Our companies don't want to make regional cars. It's hard enough to make money as a car manufacturer. So today we're making my take on breakfast fry over the fire. Oh yeah. While I don't have all the ingredients for a traditional fry, we're going to do our best. I'm going to start by making some potatoes, cooking them, and pulling them off once they're done. I'm going to add some breakfast sausage and some bacon. Get those guys nice and crispy. Once that's all done, I'm going to pull it off, and then I'm going to add on some tomatoes to cook on the cut side, and then we're going to add some mushroom caps. Flipping those guys over once everything is beautiful and done. I'm going to pull it off. I'm going to add some baked beans into the fire, making a big divot hole with my potatoes. I'm going to add the rest of the ingredients back onto the skillet, adding some Irish butter, dropping those eggs in between the potatoes, topping off with some chopped parsley and sliced bread. This was so freaking delicious. You can find this whole recipe at overthefirecooking.com or link below. Cheers! Hey, babe, what do you want for dinner?
The weekend, so fish and chips.
Victory won't come on.
Fish and chips. Yeah, fish and chips is a Kiwi invention. Here's my friend Little Red. And then, hey, babe, what do you want for dinner?
The weekend.
Here's my friend Little Red. And this is how I made friends with a red squirrel. Initially, I made a good connection with the local chipmunks. But then one day the chipmunks noticed someone else had joined the party. It was a curious baby red squirrel. And they pummeled him. Yikes. He dusted himself off and recovered. I comforted him and just listened as he sorted out his thoughts and feelings.
Sir, can you go to internet and pay the internet?
Yeah. Where's the check?
After that day, he'd come visit, we'd have snacks, we'd hang out, and I'd introduce him to some friends. This is Ashley, and she thinks Little Red is a
Maybe
big
you will
mom.
use the papel code, you think?
Little Red
Yeah.
introduced me to his friends too. Here's when I helped them win a game of hide and seek. When someone's going through a hard time, we shouldn't always try to jump in and solve it for them. They're smart enough. They can do it on their own. Sometimes they just want someone to listen and understand. So whatever you're going through, here's a little hug from Little Red. Here's my friend Little Red.
And this is how I made friends with the Reds.
Huh?
Nice.
Wow, look at that.
Nice fish going that way. What do you want for lunch?
That is just salad. Oh, I feel like a butter-based salad. Sicilian pan pizza.
You ever watch this?
No.
It's funny.
Why did you put the... I give it to you, huh? This is a star. I don't know where to find it. I give it to you.
Well, I can use the debit card.
Where did you
The
use
Toco
it?
debit card.
It's not here. Yeah, we took one, but I don't know where it is.
Bean salad. Sicilian pizza. What do you want for lunch?
That is just salad. Oh, I feel like a butter-based salad. Sicilian pan pizza.
This is hilarious.
Film salad. Bean salad. Sicilian pizza. What do you want for lunch?
That is just salad. Oh, I feel like a butter-based salad. Sicilian pan.
So we have Judy here today. You can tell she was a plow horse. She's got all these scars here. Not used to me, that's for sure. So I'm going to start with a little belly rub. You can see she is checking this out. Hopefully that's a sign of her enjoying it. Here's the atlas. I can only get 2 fingers on the left. Right, a little more space. Got it. Let's see what happens. So I just push that atlas down. And I'm going to step away here. All right, now I'm going to go and feel the spacing again. I was able to get 1.5 fingers on the right, 2 fingers on the left. Okay, can I check your atlas? Perfect. Thank you. So we have Judy here today. You can tell she was a plow.
Is your roof over 7 years?
An F-14 Tomcat defeats an Su-57 stealth fighter, like it did in the Top Gun Maverick. Of course, it's extremely difficult for a 1970s 4th-generation fighter to take on and kill a 5th-generation stealth fighter. But some folks took Rooster's dialogue seriously, where he says, "It's not the plane, it's the pilot." Well, it doesn't mean you should send MiG-21s against F-15s. 2 U.S. Air Force pilots spoke to 1945 publication and said, "Are you crazy?" One pilot said, "That I can tell you this, I have killed quite a few 4th-generation fighters in combat simulations, and killed them from distance, and they never knew they were dead until they were informed. In a combat scenario, I would easily kill an older F-14 from Iran. They would never see me, or pick me up on the radar. They would die, and not even know it was coming until they met their maker." Another pilot shared the same opinion. He said, "The general public needs to understand that the F-14 Tomcat was built for a different era. It was not built to fight against 5th-generation fighters like the F-35, F-22, or even the Russian Su-57. Can F-14 Tomcat defeats an Su-50?
So when they did that to where they was in there together. Oh, man. Yeah, so.
But there's Keith, when you say nothing at all, here's his second one. Dallas, you picked this one.
Yes, this is my first Keith Little favorite. I'm no stranger to the rain.
This area around our pool is our next project. We poured new concrete around the pool last summer, so Andrew's starting off by applying a fresh coat of sealer. This alone helps to make this area look so much better, but we're moving on to a bigger issue, which is this vinyl siding. We've been using this area to store our pool equipment and garden supplies, but a lot of the stuff in this space was actually purchased with the house, so we've never even gone through it. We're starting off by emptying out this garage so we can move everything from the mudroom inside. We found some old sheets of pegboard that were hanging inside of the garage to use to store some of our garden equipment. Next, Andrew built a simple desk using some repurposed wood, and we got down to hanging everything up. Now let's talk about what exactly we're going to do with the mudroom. We've been considering either finishing this space off as a livable space and making it into a sunroom, or take the siding down entirely and extend the pool area as like a covered porch. After clearing out this space, we noticed that this wall is actually built out of doors, so we're definitely leaning towards taking it down entirely, but you can let us know what you think. This area around our pool is our next project. We poured new concrete around the pool last summer, so
You know, a lot of times people think that ranching and cowboying is just all riding horses, moving cows, and having fun.
Montana.
We're up here on the top of a mountain today, checking these water tanks because they're going to move some cattle into this Forest Service pasture. This comes from a spring down a black water pipe to this tank and then goes to a different tank. And he's checking to make sure there's water in it. It's full there. Broken pretty good here. Something must have hooked it down there. Drug it along. This pipe is so stiff, it's really hard to work with, isn't it? 200 PSI. Goodness. It's coming out. That's good. You know, a lot of times people think that ranching and cow.
This is a Russian mobile coastal defense missile system, which uses a P-800 Onyx supersonic anti-ship missile. It can fly as high as 46,000 feet and as low as 16 feet above water at a cruising speed of Mach 2.5. It takes about 5 minutes to set up and fire a single missile. The missile is ejected using a solid rocket booster, and it uses thrusters to maneuver before it switches to the liquid fuel propeller. While the Onyx missiles have been used against land targets in both Syria and Ukraine, they have never been used against naval targets. This is unlike the Ukrainian subsonic anti-ship missile Neptune, two of which were claimed to be used against Russian cruiser Moskva. Ukrainian sources claim that at least one missile struck the deck-side missile tube that caused the house missile to explode, in turn setting off a chain of explosions which sank the Moskva cruiser. This was the largest warship to be sunk in action since World War II. This is a Russian mobile coast.
This video went viral, and people were saying that I need to get a helmet, so come shopping with me. First off, I did not realize how expensive helmets were. We're going to do it with one that's 14.
This is Dylan warming up for his box game with Luke. You ready to play? All right, let's do it. Luke won the coin toss, so he goes first. Luke landed his first trick into the box, and he's feeling a little bit overconfident now, in my opinion. Maybe not. Dylan missed it. Now it's back to Luke to set a new trick. He's going to try a jump free, which he doesn't think Dylan knows how to do. But he didn't stick the landing, so it's back to Dylan to set a new trick. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to take a letter. I'm going to take a beat. In a box game, you have to do the trick or take a letter. Those are your choices. Nice to see the respect coming from Luke. That's a very scary trick. And it looks like he's not going to do this one either. He's going to take another letter. Sometimes in life, you got to take a letter. Dylan's going to play Mo next. I'm really looking forward to that. He landed another scary trick right in the box. Luke is taking the X. He lost the game. It was a good game, man. Hey, thanks. Good luck with one. This is Dylan.
The only thing I order from Outback these days are the chicken wings, and today I'm going to show you how to make it happen. First, we got to try their version. Pretty good as always, but I think we can do better. All right, first things first, we're going to season some clean and dry chicken wings with my all-purpose seasoning, some cumin, poultry seasoning, and some chicken bouillon. Get in there with your hands and massage that in. Next up, you know we got to troll the pork patrol. We're going to fry these wings in lard, but feel free to use whatever oil you like. For the sauce, all you need is melted butter, chicken bouillon, and your favorite hot sauce. Next, we're going to season up 2 cups of all-purpose flour with the same seasoning as before.
Where's that bill?
Seasoned flour, make sure you cook it completely. We don't want any bald spots. Then we're going to add that to 350 oil. Fry the wings for 7 to 8 minutes until they're golden brown and beautiful like so. Now it's time to sauce them up. Add your perfectly fried chicken to a mixing bowl. Add the sauce. Give them a toss. Now it's time to plate these up. Brace yourself for a trademark money shot. Say it with me, guys. Looking good. Going in for the taste test. All the specific measurements and ingredients in the caption. Now it's your turn to make it happen. The only thing I order from Outback these days are the chicken wings, and today I'm going to show you how to make it happen. First, we got to try their version. Pretty good as always, but I think we can do better. All right, first things first, we're going to season some clean and dry chicken wings with my all-purpose seasoning, some cumin, poultry seasoning, and some chicken bouillon. Get in there with your hands and massage that in. Next up, you know we got to troll the pork.
Attention. Have you lost touch with a former friend, lover, or family member? There's a powerful tool that can locate all.
This fish is pretty big, and so I shot it through the eye. Back on the surface, it tries to escape, but it's too late, and we finish it off with a knife to the brain. This tuna was even bigger than that first fish until a shark stole half of it. I'm not catching them to be cruel. I'm catching them for cat food, also human food. Anyway, I tried to aim for the head, not the eye, because the only thing more ethical than a headshot is not catching the fish in the first place. But this fish is so big that even though my buddy did get a headshot, the spear didn't go all the way through its thick skull. So now my other buddy is on his way down for another headshot. Put it out of its misery. The fish is a giant trevally. They can catch birds mid-air, which is a testament to how smart they are because they're able to account for the fact that air has a different amount of drag than water. But they aren't smart enough to understand the concept of a loaded spear, which makes them pretty easy to hunt. Anyway, back to that giant. It's around 15 years old and weighs over 100 pounds, which is way too much for us to eat. So we share with the locals. And although it's a little sad to catch such a big, smart animal, the idea of being big is even more sad. This fish is pretty big, and so I shot it for.
I just scored big time at this garage sale. Check out what I found to flip online for a profit. I finally found some vintage micro machines, and these were brand new in the pack at $2 each, and they sell for rent.
Speed 62. I need a charger up here. This guy's got too much takeoff and get go. Come on, 21. Keep your speed up. We're coming up to the Little Mulberry. Speed still 100. We gotta get him in this right here, 21. Speed's 100. We'll pass the Little Mulberry. Okay, roll over. Our correction, you got him. Fit it out. Fit it out. Speed 62. I need a charger up here. This guy's got too much takeoff and get go. Come on, 21. Keep your speed up. We're coming up to the Little Mulberry. Speed still 100. We gotta get him in this right here, 21. Speed's 100. We'll pass the Little Mulberry. Okay, roll over. Our correction, you got him. Fit it out. Fit it out.
Good morning. Good morning.
you doing? She transferred her kittens to a safe place. I guess in my bedroom. Yeah. Oh yeah. Is this your house now? What are you doing? Let me see. Where's your baby?
Only the F-35A variant is equipped with a built-in 25mm GAU-22, a 4-barrel rotary cannon, and 180 rounds of ammunition, while the F-35B and F-35C variants can carry the gun underneath the centerline, if required. But why does the F-35 stealth fighter need a gun? The answer is that even in an era where fifth-generation fighters like F-35 or F-22 can hit targets miles away before an enemy aircraft could even see the fighter approaching, pilots still want these guns. During Vietnam War, McDonnell Douglas designed the...
All right, I'm gonna go pay the internet.
Okay.
Is this the bill? Okay. I'll be right back.
Here in downtown Newton at 606 North Main, and we're open Monday through Saturday.
The Faith Life Bookstore, encouraging everyday faith to inspire extraordinary life.
It's got to be B&B Lumber for your building supply. Also, barn metals are just not the same. B&B Lumber stocks only the finest brand-free barn panels with the Endura High Performance paint system that gives you exceptional shock and fade resistance for years. Superior color retention and durability with B&B pole barn panels. And all the lumber building supplies you'll need to do the job the way it should. B&B Lumber, K42 MacArthur, 225 South Meridian in Newton. It's got to be B&B.
Hello, this is Ray with Home Lumber Supply of Linfield, Kansas. We are an employee-owned company that has been in business since 1905. We have in-store experts to help design your kitchen, bathroom, doors, windows, houses, and metal buildings. Besides our large selection of lumber products, we have decking, siding, fencing, roofing, hand tools, power tools, paint, plumbing, electrical, and hardware. We are open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30, and Saturday, 9 to 3. Come on down to the Home Lumber Supply of Linfield, Kansas.
Hi, I'm John Ward with Wildwood Cellars. We've been making award-winning wines for over 26 years.
And now Wildwood Cellars is the exclusive official wine of the Wichita Union Stockyards. Come enjoy a great glass of wine or try the new Wildwood Cellars wine cooler.
If it does make sense to buy it, rent it from Augusta Rental. If you're a contractor or landscaper or even a homeowner, see Augusta Rental for multiple size skid steers, excavators, dingos, and sod cutters, masonry saws, jackhammers, even multiple aerial lifts to do about any job up in the air. And tractors and implements are also part of the rental fleet at Augusta Rental. Open 7 days a week and featuring weekend specials. It's Augusta Rental on the corner of Santa Fe Lake Road and East Gillon. Don't buy it, rent it from Augusta Rental.
On Sunday morning, you can take a trip down Country Music Memory Lane with Classic Country Rewind, hosted by our own Shadow Band. Themes, guests, and special events. Classic Country Rewind, Sundays at 11, US 107. Music singer, always been a real folks family. Lately, some of my good folks have just owned a few others than me. I guess it's because I kind of changed my direction. Lord, I guess I'm winning through family tradition.
Send it out to my buddy Malia, who's just a lovely young lady, and I'm happy that she's a friend of mine. So Malia, there you go, family tradition. At US 107.9. That's going to do it for me, Cowboy Bob. I'm going to scoot on out of here.
Yeah, you
Dallas,
are.
You're here.
I'll be here as soon as the news is over.
All right, with Miss Dana.
With Miss Dana.
So take care of yourself and each other. I'll catch up with you tomorrow at 1 o'clock for our Over the Hump Wednesday get together right here at US 107.9. Dallas, thank you so much for hanging out with me.
Of course, Bob. It's fun every Tuesday.
Well, it is. And have a great time with Dana.
Oh, I will.
Walking back some time ago. I tried the hard stuff. And it's all I this thing I ever gave up was today. Old habits like hard things. I use lifesavers to help me get off sick not even one kiss a day. And old habits like you are hard to break. Old habits like you are hard to break. Love with someone new, so hard to make.
hour song of inspiration brought to you by Augusta Rental at the corner of Santa Fe Lake Road and East Calhoun. I'll ride the rain with my friend Jesus. We'll travel over the vast unknown. And if I stumble along the train, we'll have some truth and we be home. I was just a low cow on a dark and windy day. I became a new creation when the Lord showed me the way. Now I'm communed with my friend Jesus. I'll lift the A and unity. I'll sing his praises across the valley. He's got a range in the sky for me. I alone, he alone, he alone. I alone, he alone. I alone, he alone, he alone. I alone, he alone. Now I can use my way home to Jesus. He's got a range in the sky for me. Now I can use my way home to Jesus. He's got a range in the sky for me. At the top of the dial is US 107.9, Real American Country and KSN TV News on your radio. KWLS Winfield, Arch City, Wichita. The news brought to you by Crazy J's Furniture and Sleep Shop, 1026 South Oliver in Wichita.
Your forecast first with chief meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by Hot Mills Furniture.
Temperatures are heading up and we are days from a major cool down. That's coming in until next week. Look at our temperatures. This is here to stay. We have 9 days before we officially start on a calendar. Fall feels like 92 degrees here in Wichita, 93 in Salina, out to the west, temperatures in the middle 90s and the upper 90s in Liberal. Winds coming in from the south. This has definitely been on the increase, and we're going to see even stronger winds as we head into tomorrow. Plus, look outside. We should be looking at a deep blue sky, but that's not sometimes the case due to wildfire smoke that's being shifted in our direction. In our forecast first, it stays warm this evening. That hazy sky stays with us tonight. A comfortable start to your Wednesday before it becomes heated once again. But tomorrow evening, you get a chance for storms. Who's going to see that? The timeline. Here's your track reforecast. Your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 at 5. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
And I'm Emily Young. Changes are coming to marijuana laws in Wichita. City Council members voted today to decriminalize marijuana and fentanyl strips.
The motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2. KSN Smith Bowen has been tracking the issue. It's calculating. She has our continuing coverage with details of the vote. Smith.
Jeff, Emily, the council voted to repeal the current marijuana ordinance, meaning any cases for these crimes will go straight to the county versus municipal court. The council also voted to remove fentanyl testing strips from the definition of drug paraphernalia. But not all council members were on board with lumping the two together in a motion.
think we all agree on that. And then we can discuss the separate part of the marijuana ordinance in a different motion.
I'd rather James resources be used by
Here, I'll take that, thing off.
No, I'm done. She made a
Oh.
decision in the district. I'm not really concerns on the reaction coming up tonight at 6. Good for you, Samantha. Yes, it is 3.
City council, through the balance of this money, it's been
Get up there. Leave it. No, come on, leave that alone. Doesn't concern you. It's not for you.
Also today, the council voted to add more security measures in parks and pools. It has to spend $500,000 on security measures and video screens. So since you find for selling possible vandalism at some city parks and pools,
Quit licking me. Quit. All you ever do is lick me. Lick, 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 lick. Account statement.
People in Wichita can now get their new COVID booster shot. The county health department received its first shipment. If you're 12 years or older, are fully vaccinated, and have received the original booster, you're eligible to get it. It's called Bivalent, and it has both the original COVID-19 strain and the newer Omicron strain, which makes up 100% of the new cases in Kansas.
Why after all this time, I'm already vaccinated and boosted, why would I get this? Because this reformulated newer booster has coverage for the current variants that are all of our new cases in Kansas.
For Phantom 2 without internal cannon, designers at the time thought that the long-range air-to-air missiles like AIM-7 Sparrow would make the close and aerial dogfights a thing of past. When U.S. pilots came up against MiG-19 and MiG-21, they wished they had some guns for the close-in fighting, and later models of the F-4 were armed accordingly. This concept is still alive, and why not? If an enemy fighter can get in close enough to shoot his guns, the F-35 better have a way to shoot back. Although 180 rounds are not enough, but who knows, they could be game changer. Only the F-35A variant is equipped with a built-in 25mm GAU-22, a 4-barrel rotary cannon, and 180 rounds of ammunition, while the F-35B and F-35C variant.
Did Earth exist in the Star Wars universe? Despite Star Wars being in a galaxy far, far away, it's interesting to wonder whether Earth existed in the Star Wars universe. And there was actually an Earth system that had a planet called Earth in it, and this planet looked conveniently much like our own. The Earth system also had a massive spaceport known as THX-1138 that was used as a Starliner terminal. Her nephew told her he was going to give his number to his girlfriend at school, so when he got home, she asked him how it went.
She put the number in her backpack and said she was going to call me, but then she told me something and she said, and then he just broke up with me. Why did you break up with him? Because I was getting mad and she was cheating on me. She was cheating on you? With who? Here, my friend. And I didn't even know. And they were just boyfriend and girlfriend.
It's a hard day for you, huh?
I had PE, so yes.
It's okay, Elijah. You'll find another girlfriend. You'll find another girlfriend.
I told you I'm gonna have revenge. I could do it my own.
Her nephew told her he was going to give his number to his girl.
How I stay warm on a 30-degree night sleeping in my Honda. First, I remake my bed. So I use my first comforter, then I layer a fleece over top of it, and then I pull out my big comforter that I've stored behind my pillows. That's a little more fluffy, that helps to insulate the bed really well. I found that this actually works for me better than sleeping bags, especially when it's only 30 degrees, and it doesn't slide around like a sleeping bag. For Pippa's bed, she gets 2 blankets that are like those fleece blankets, and then I also bring out my winter jacket to put over top of her to help keep her warm. But I do worry about her overheating a little bit since dogs run a little hotter, so I never start her with the jacket, but I keep it up front for when she needs it. Then I throw on some knee-high socks and some loose-fitting sweatpants and a loose-fitting sweatshirt, and we get all tucked into bed, and Pippa's always welcome to sleep with me, but sometimes she doesn't. This is what works for us, and we are nice and cozy.
I just got an extra 8.
So you had this man that went into the pastor's office after service one day. He said, "Sir, I don't know if I sinned against God or if I committed adultery against my wife." The pastor said, "Well, what did you do?" He said, "Well, I met this woman. One thing they told another, we went back to our house. You know, we got butt naked. Then I took my sword and I rubbed it against her shield. But I felt guilty, so I heard and put it back up. I ain't do nothing else." The pastor said, "Oh, no. Rubbing is just like putting it in. Go down there and say a prayer at the altar and take $50 and put it into the repentant box." Man, it's okay. Walk down and said a prayer, took $50 out and walk away. The pastor can't run behind him. He said, "Come out. Don't you play with God like that. I see you say your prayer, but you took that $50 bill and you rubbed across the top and stuck it back in your pocket." And I said, hold up, pastor. Remember, rubbing it is just like putting it in. You have a nice day." So you had this man that went into the pastor's office after service one day. He said, "Sir, I don't know if I sinned against God or if I committed adultery against my wife." The pastor said, "Well, what did you do?" He said, "Well, I met this woman. One thing they told another, we went back to our house. You know, we got butt naked. Then I took my sword and I rubbed it against her shield. But I felt guilty, so I heard put it back up. I ain't do nothing else." The pastor said, "Oh, no. Rubbing is just like putting it in. Go down and say a prayer at the altar and take $50 and put it into the repentant box." Man, so okay. He walked down and said a prayer, took $50 out and walked away. The pastor can't run behind him. He said, "Come out. Don't you play with God like that. I see you say your prayer, but you took that $50 bill and you rubbed across the top and stuck it back in your pocket." The man said, hold up, pastor. Remember, rubbing it is just like putting it in. You have a nice day." So you had this man that went into the pastor's office after service one day. He said, "Sir, I don't know."
A good piece of fish can go head to head with any steak. Buy the halibut into 6-ounce pieces. Room temp and dry it really well. Whisk, avocado pistachio, red or red. Like that. Some salt, just a little bit of salt. Just tip presentation side. Press it so it adheres. Like that. Here's how you make it stick free. Heat the pan. Medium heat, 1 minute. 3 tablespoons avocado oil. Heat it 30 seconds. Presentation side down. Don't touch it. Decrease the heat. Medium low so you don't burn the nuts. Sear 2 minutes. Into the oven, 400 degrees, 2 to 4 minutes, depending how thick it is. Medium low heat, room temp. High heat. Moist, flaky, perfectly cooked. A good piece of fish can go head to head with any steak. Just don't ever cook it. Buy the house.
Position and too much things. Got this by you. Drop them with police. And check out how we plan. I would never run. Yes, sir. Can I?
I have a request.
By the way, that's
What?
an automatic $1,000 ticket right there.
Which one?
Your tag. You can't have it sideways.
Sideways?
Correct. And down like that right there, you can actually read it. Yes, sir. Number 2, do you see that speed on the side in front of you? Yes, sir. You guys were nowhere close to that.
Well, I hope you could look at this
We're just riding around.
boxes here and
Okay. You live on Lady Lake? Yes, sir. All right. Lady Lake, we're in Freeman Park. We're going to be watching these bikes when y'all headed back. Make sure you're doing a speed limit. If you're going to drive out in my neighborhood out here, you need a speed limit. Yes, sir. So about that tag, because if HP pulls you over, you're going to get $1,000 and they're going to tow that vehicle. Yes, sir. All right? Okay.
Improper tag position and too much speed would cut this bike in trouble with police. And check out Toy Threat.
People get bitten by snakes. Dangerous. People get bitten by snakes. Dangerous.
I have a request.
What?
So, if you guys aren't doing anything on this Tuesday night,
This box is here.
how long does it go time?
Yeah. Move them.
Maybe you could look and then
Okay.
what needs to stay, just put in all one box. The other need to throw, so we can have this garbage on Tuesday.
Okay. Thursday, you mean?
Okay, well, let me find one. Dallas has got us some questions on bluegrass, so we'll see how much our listeners know. And should we say, Mike Nichols not allowed to call in, because we have to need. Okay, we'll start with this one. Here's the first question on this Tuesday night. Here it is.
Oh, she finna wreck! Come on, a little wide in that. Come on, a little wide in that. I'm trying that thing up there, little buddy. Don't get trouble. Come on now, she can't drive. Okay, I know I'm your side nigga, but I didn't come to get side. You got a little bit of me. Who gave you a flag? She's supposed to be parallel parking. She been a parallel park. You been a damn thing. Why? Why? Taking an Uber home. I'm not rag with Brad Banner. She got to show me her license and registration, or I'm calling 911. Either you gonna show me or you gonna show law enforcement. Valet, baby. Valet. Oh, she. Bang, bang. This airball do it again. We don't shoot airballs, though. You know better than us.
Shakir's final high school basketball season is wrapping up. He hasn't received any offers to play college ball that interest him. And with only a few more chances to impress his target schools, intense late-night sessions with Coach Shaq are the norm.
Straight back, let's go! Watch this.
Hold up, time out. Didn't I just hear you say?
Do it again. We don't shoot airballs.
Cuz I'm pretty sure I heard you say.
I'm sure that was.
Cool. I'm just checking.
Airball. I'm about to tie it up, though. Watch this, though.
Smart to hit the old man in his weak spot.
Yeah, I got. Leave it. Ooh. I ain't missing no more. Steph Curry. Damn it. It's my shot. Damn it. Bang, bang. Miss.
I feel like it's best to be a broker because now you can attract a variety of different relationships. You have a variety of different.
At the beginning of the pandemic, I actually got stuck in Ecuador, the small farm town. No buses, nothing. I was here for almost a year. And this little grandma called Marcella let me live with her. So I'm going to go surprise her for the first. ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces? Aquí de sorpresa. ¿Dónde está mi viejita? ¿Cómo estás? During the beginning of the pandemic.
It'll make a little bit of noise here. Here we go. There's Afterburner. Just a little bit of power. All right. Here's 200 knots.
Altitude.
300. There's 400 knots. 420. Here we go.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Vipers. Everyone's passing 2,000 for 10,000. How you doing?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey, geez, we're going to roll. Vipers 01 is leveling 10,000. It'll make a little bit of noise here. Here we go. There's Afterburner. Just a little bit of power. All right. There's 200 knots.
Altitude.
300. There's 400 knots. 420. Here we go. Good afternoon, Vipers. Everyone's passing 2,000 for 10,000. How you doing?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey, geez, we're going to roll. Vipers 01 is leveling 10,000.
Tonight we're making a Mississippi pot roast. Everything is just thrown in the crock pot, so it's a perfect, easy weeknight meal. Now this stuff is optional if you don't have time, but I highly recommend it if you do. We're gonna sear our beef on both sides. I got about a 2-pound roast. If it's stuck like this, it needs more time. It'll unstick when it's ready. I do mine for about 5 minutes on both sides, and then in the crock pot. Definitely don't want to leave all that flavor behind in the pan. Normally I'd use 2 cups of beef broth. I didn't have any sumi, so I'm putting 2 cups of chicken broth, scraping all that goodness off the bottom. And we're gonna pour that into a crock pot. For this, I really like using the spicy ranch seasoning packet. If you can only find regular, that's fine. Also add in a packet of au jus gravy seasoning. And you're gonna need a jar of these peppers. I prefer whole ones. If you can only get sliced, that's fine. Add in a stick of butter and then a handful of those peppers with about a 4th cup of juice. Cook it on low for about 7 hours until tender. Shred it all up. And I like to serve mine over mashed potatoes. And that's it. This is really delicious and flavorful. If you try it, let me know.
So this teacher was talking to a class the other day about all the different presidents. She said, how many of you were Trump fans? Everybody raised their hand except Johnny. She said, Johnny, why you gonna always be difficult? Why you not participating? He said, because I'm not a Trump fan. He said, I'm a Democrat. She said, why are you a Democrat, Johnny? He said, because my mom's a Democrat, my dad's a Democrat, that makes me a Democrat. The teacher said, okay, if your mom was a moron and your dad was an idiot, what did that make you? He said, I'd be a Trump fan. So this teacher was talking to a class the other day about all the different presidents. She said, how many of you were Trump fans? Everybody raised their hand, except Johnny. She said, Johnny, why you gotta always be difficult? Why you not participating? He said, because I'm not a Trump fan. He said, I'm a Democrat. She said, why are you a Democrat, Johnny? He said, my mom's a Democrat, my dad's a Democrat, that makes me a Democrat. The teacher said, okay, if your mom was a moron, your dad was an idiot, what did that make you? He said, I'd be a Trump fan. So this teacher was talking to our class the other day about all the different presidents. She said, how many of you were Trump fans? Everybody raised their hand, except Johnny. She said, Johnny, why you gotta always be difficult? Why you not participating? He said, because I'm not a Trump fan. He said, I'm a Democrat. She said, why are you a Democrat, Johnny? He said, because my mom's a Democrat, my dad's a Democrat, that makes me a Democrat. The teacher said, okay, if your mom was a moron and your dad was an idiot, what did that make you? He said, I'd be a Trump fan. So then,
My rooftop air conditioning is 25 years old. It's very heavy, inefficient, and noisy. This is what it looks like up top. These 3 volts hold it in place. Electrical's in here. Of course, it's unplugged. The gasket all the way around. That should just pop right up. This old one sure is heavy. I'm not saving this thing, so over the side it goes. That's a little dramatic. Now I gotta clean this here. Acetone does the trick. Looks pretty good. Look how big the other one is. This is what's going in its place. It's a Houghton by RecPro. I'm just gonna slide it all the way up the ladder. Now we gotta apply sealant around this flange. Just like that. Make sure this side is up, get it all lined up, and drop it in place. That is where it goes. Make all your electrical connections, tighten all 4 bolts, snap this ring down in place, and here it goes. My rooftop air conditioning.
How's school going, boys? And my son's telling me, well, we didn't have school today, technically. I'm like, what? What's going on? He said, well, there was like a school shooting drill. I never heard of this. You know what this is? They have drills that they make kids do where they practice what to do if somebody comes to shoot up their school. I never heard that before. I was like, what the fuck? Then I had to tell my sons the truth. I didn't want to tell them this shit. Son, listen to me. Fuck that drill. Somebody comes to your school and wants to shoot it up. I'm just going to be honest with you. You probably going to get shot, nigga. I'm just being real. You got famous dance.
The question is, your first recorded by who? You know that? Give us a call. Our number is 1-800-945. 316-945-1079. Let me try it again, because I kind of had a little break. 316-945-1079.
biology is the causal makeup and reproductive organs and all of that. This stuff is for the nature side of things. But the nurture side of things is where we see more gender identities.
She could have my second line the view that every single person on earth is held up to the executive industry. That view almost everyone has still lives in the street where they are conflating gender and sex because on one hand they say, well, you have your biological sex, but then your gender is whatever, so but then they turn around and say the translated form. So a man who identifies with the gender, the social construct of woman, actually is a woman. So you can lie what you want, but you are, this is a logical problem. You are conflating sex and gender just by saying it. So that's the problem. What do you think?
I mean,
Let's see what happens. And there comes the Delonte. So he retains the lead. Now Sean Dillon's got to think about what to do. How much is he going to risk? He's close enough. They're both trying to theory is on the brakes. Can he hold on to it? He does. So is DK. Trying to accelerate the wheel of the air, and there comes Escalante back around again. On the Olympics final lap.
he is still fighting Disney. I mean, he is doing everything he can to try to go up underneath Escalante. You can expect STU to try to shove it up underneath him. As you can see now, they're closing out on him. Makes a big mistake. And they come together. He's the lead.
Escalante had to get out the gap, but now it's the other try. You can see the motorcycle motor and that comes up. He's trying to find it all on the throttle. Here we go through the final corner, the right-hander. On the first straight, we go, SDK hits up. And then side by side on the photo finish. And that could be where, yeah, that's it. It's Sean Dillon killing winning that race. Let's see what happens. And there comes Escalante. So he retakes the lead.
And now here we go. Look, I was working at a pickle factory for about 20 years. For 4 days. I got this desire to put my finger in the slicer. She said, well, there's something wrong with you. Maybe you should go see a therapist. I think I can make sure that I don't put my finger in the pickle slicer. Well, a couple weeks go by. Little Johnny goes home. Susie said I could pull back. I ended up doing it, and I stuck my finger in the pickle slicer. So my God, what happened? I got fired. Yeah, but what happened in the pickle slicer? That's the way I got fired. And now here we go. Look, I was working at a pickle factory for about 20 years. My days, I got this desire to put my finger in the pickle slicer. She said, look, there's something wrong with you. Maybe you should go see a therapist. I think I can do this on my own. I think I can make sure that I don't put my finger in the pickle slicer. Well, a couple weeks go by, little Johnny goes home. Little Susie said I couldn't hold back. I ended up doing it, and I stuck my finger in the pickle slicer. She said, oh my God, what happened? Well, I got fired. Yeah, but what happened in the pickle slicer?
Tennessee Army Ford here on this beautiful Tuesday night with myself and Miss Dana.
I think So do you attend this every year?
Not every year.
Yes. So educate our listeners what the Lone Valley Festival actually is and what's going on next.
So, one of our festivals is very big bluegrass blue bluegrass folk music festival. It is honestly one of the biggest in this area. I mean, our fairground is full of campers. I mean, you don't just have to go to the stage. You can just walk around the campground, and there's people playing.
Now, I know you play music.
Yes.
What kind of music do you guys play? What's your band? Do you do like bluegrass? Are you more rock?
Okay, so
are you a little bit of this and that?
We're a little bit of old rock and roll, older country, some newer country, but my lead guitar player is also, the big blues person that wrote all the he loves this. But right now, tonight is the music club that we every year before it officially starts tomorrow. And it's just a lot of local people. We got Jason Boyd down. Jason Boyd's our two different others. Jason Boyd is down here in front of the bank where we're located. My dad and grandpa live across the street. People that
Jason mentioned he was going to be playing.
Yes.
He's
back. Yeah. He was setting up I'm sure he'd say.
So this is a good time to do the music fraud that
Also,
Okay, well, let's play a song and then we will.
All right.
US 107.9, real American country.
Abortion is a contentious issue. Stops. America's got to make some decisions. First thing I would say about this decision is that abortion's not banned in America. It's not that we elected officials. So to define issues, yeah, states have the ability to do the state level, and we have the ability to get person.
So, Dallas, it has been, from my understanding, like a double Monday at the studio in Wichita.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Every day.
So, everyone, for our listeners that have tried to call in, whether you try to answer the question or call in and tell us your favorite part of the state fair, we have the phone at our Wichita studio. We usually transfer down to Winchester when we're here. And we're having a little technical difficulty, which seems to be the theme of this past week for us, with the transfer phone. So, if you want to give us a call here at Cracker Barrel, I need everyone to grab a pen and a piece of paper, because we're going to give you the actual station number to Linfield, and you can call this number. It's not our normal. If you call our normal number, I'm not even sure if you'll get this Tina, but you will get the response station so you can do that. So, here is the Linfield number. Everybody ready? It is 620-262-4378. I know that's a little bit, a lot of these get a lot of names. Here's the number to the Linfield studio if you want to give Dallas and I a call, answer our questions, or just talk to us about your favorite part of the state fair. 620-262-4378. So, what's in here? What do you got
What's coming up? Oh, I got some people. I just played around with some meetings. I got some evidence coming up for which way to move.
Okay. You know what I think?
I think it's finished.
I think, well, since we have Jason Boyd downstairs, right in the studio, let's go to Jason Boyd.
Okay, let's do that.
We love Jason Boyd.
Yes, we do.
His wife, Christina, loves Jason. Walnut Valley Festival and the music hall. Let's play a little Jason Boyce. Okay. And since maybe it's 2 for Tuesday, you want to slide in too? Maybe. Well, let's slide in one. You can go downstairs. Jason Boyce, right for our y'all. And like I said, you can call us Afternoon Folk Studio 620-262-4378.
care. All Western States no then changes must be approved West Falls expert continual service will help lower your generator maintenance costs, help eliminate costs of downtime, and most likely extend the life of your generator. Call now. Westfire Electric's generator service agreement 716-866-2961 or online at westfireelectric.com. Go say hello to Rick. You really are very business. They're both really serious right now. Well, actually, lumber is coming down about 50% last year. We get a worse shop, worse barns, barns maybe construction as well as CLV construction.com. Prairie Land Partner says make it easy for you to shop online. Choose your equipment, their taxes, and even apply for financing all at jdbuyonline.com. Whether you're looking for a Columbia Rhinestone or compact utility vehicles or compact construction equipment, Prairie Land Partners have something you need to get the job done. Here's our shopping today at jdbuyonline.com.
Obviously, there's been Ukrainian flags that capture the U.S. and Europe's attention as a nation, tremendous outpouring of solidarity. It's time to come by. It's all about the same work that needs attention. Just against Ukraine, because it's Eastern Europe, and also they're now facing energy loss as a massive problem. So that's crucial. Officials hold on to money and the kinds of violence that they get because the nature of the countries and as a play on the nation is to be played with some of the to a better economic hierarchy. Yeah, when the sun comes on the line, it's your friend, mercenaries who've been sitting there for a liar. This way, now I want my buddies to wait me up. There's many else thinking somewhere in my head, there's a hell if they want me, 'cause I can feel things there. I will choose every which way, every which way, inside your power, every which way, baby, there's no reason. That's the only way we're not party to this. KSM News on US 107.9.
Test it out, folks. It's the biggest country music event to hit Wichita in years.
It's the Frontmen at Country, September 29th, Wichita Union Stockyard.
Larry Stewart of Restless Heart.
Christian McDonald of Lone Star.
Tim Rushlow of Little Texas.
30 #1 hits, 30 million records sold, a night of incredible country music.
Wichita Union Stockyard, September 29th, 7 p.m. 6251 West McCarthy.
Tickets at WLSradio.com or call 316-945-1079. Don't miss this amazing show.
All this year, it's time for good season with a Walker Roller from Maximum Outdoor Carrying Service. The Walker Roller collection system makes neat cleanup and packing simple and leaves your yard looking prestige. Walker Roller's compact design offers easy maneuvering and outdoor deck for trimming and attachments to help clean up your lawn this fall. Test drive with Walker Roller today. Maximum Outdoor Equipment. Sell at Kellogg on West Street or MaximumOutdoor.com.
US 107.9. We're looking back at it, Charlottesville. And there's a conversation in the book between Paul Bryan and Donald Trump where he talks about why he's having so much trouble with it and how he views
Well, hey, James, since our phones are a little slow because and they're not coming down to us, let's talk real quick about what we got going on this Sunday at the Italian Gospel.
Yes.
We have our second annual gospel concert in the country, hosted by our very own Little Bit and Miss Tina, and that is on Sunday, September 18th. Doors will open at 2 p.m. Music will start about 3, and we've got some great gospel singers coming to join us. We have for the Cross Gospel Group that was with us last year, along with Miss Cynthia Roush, who was also with us last year.
Yeah.
But this year we have Justified, and we have Miss Karen Noble, and our very own Bubba Washington will be there. Now, it's free admission with a $3 offering. So come out. I know we're going to have some refreshments. It's going to be an afternoon of some great gospel music. It's going to be a great time. So if you're looking for something to do Sunday, just to relax, there's some good gospel, and you can come and go. Like I said, we have. And they added Rich Henson to this too. I forgot about him. So. We have like 6 artists going to be there, so it's going to be a great opportunity. Come out and join us this Sunday for Wichita Union Stockyards. You can also find more information on our event at our webpage, awlsradio.com, or on Facebook at Wichita Union Stockyards or US 27.9.
This hour's song inspiration brought to you by Carl and Melanie at Maximum Outdoor Care, just south of Kellogg's on West Street. Springfield, Rock City, Wichita. US 107.9.
Military type leader striding across a square in AI City with 2 military leaders at his side, Chairman Milley, Secretary Mark Esper. It was no coincidence that Trump wanted to walk across the square. Mark Esper, the defense secretary, Chairman Milley had his son. This is the image he has cultivated. The image he wanted. And he wanted to do more friendly weddings and actively troops inside Washington. Advisors. What does he say? I'm sure the American Democratic tradition in that when he's talking about it, in late May, June 1st, Washington was on the brink of a war-like atmosphere. The president sitting in the Oval Office and considering bringing in active duty troops. National Guard troops were track. Military troops from regiments, different parts of the military. Trump wants to bring in the 101st Airborne up from Fort Bragg, pick up into Washington's generals, Chairman Milley, other military advisors say to Trump, "We can't do this. Sir, Mr. President, if you bring these troops into Washington, D.C., if you bring them to Black Lives Matter causes, you will have blood in the streets of Washington, D.C. He holds back when they never forget the troops got as close to Washington as the river. They're sitting over in Maryland just waiting for the call from President Trump to ultimately escort it to Milley to prevent Trump from making that decision. They stayed on Trump going in that direction. Where Trump was this close to bring in active duty combat troops to the streets of Washington. On the streets that night, Washington, I was there. You never know. Amid the chaos that had erupted to even worse. I bet troops were ready to come in. Now, guess what? The night started at the moment when Trump walks out. The election over 20 hours. He said the motion at that moment when he says that he can't win the election that was he making Trump didn't have to carry the plan, but he knew he wanted to fund it. He couldn't stand the idea of losing. Some aides were telling him, "Sir, heading back to Mar-a-Lago, get ready for running again in 2024. Trump wanted nothing. Initially, he kind of acknowledged a few hours after the election that maybe he lost, maybe Biden won, but that tune changed so quickly. The reason Trump changes his tune, in part, is because he has a phone call with Rudy Giuliani, former mayor of Bakersfield Square. Giuliani tells Trump, "Keep fighting. We will have a legal crusade, a political crusade, to keep you in power." Trump loves the idea. Even though Trump has a campaign apparatus, a big team that's ready to fight in certain states and have the war fight to a point, Giuliani wants a political war. And that's what Trump gives the keys, essentially, to Rudy Giuliani, not his campaign lawyers. He says to Rudy, "Do what you need
Across
to
my
do
hard
to
work
help me
straight.
stay here."
This day
And Trump says, "I start writing. Digitally
That's one of my lucky songs. That's our song for 27 years. And we got 27. I think it was someone's Well, you know, we went into our relationship different than most people. Most people these days look at it as if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we just get divorced. Divorce is not in our vocabulary, so it's the only way you can put that in this marriage. I joke and say it's what my life was like. That's what I do. And I stuck with me whole dad. Anyway, hey, real quick, I'm going to give a quick shout out. Today is my cousin's birthday, and I forgot to let her know for his birthday shout out. So I'm going to send a happy birthday out to my cousin Stacy Adams out in Orlando. So happy birthday, Stacy. Anyway, I know. It's birthday on Sunday, but I know Stacy, and she'll know that. So have a great night. Enjoy it for your kids and hanging out with you. So what do you got coming up? You know, we're kind of just doing this now.
We're very sorry.
Well,
That's right. Keep Trump at his side. We also know that this entire effort creates a disaster for the GOP if it stretches on too long. But like so many other Republican Party, Graham's going to contain the situation. Just like everybody else, to those who try to contain Trump. Once they contain Trump, they'll also capitalize it. It's probably not possible. Graham is working to take every election to be someone who tells others to say, it's likely to be the White House. We're not going to have a program for someone broken on saw this with Sunny disposition that it was Trump that
So if you want, call us and tell us about your favorite state there in the
I know he's in his own way, so probably not gonna know how to answer, but if you want to get your name in the hat, call us too. You said 7 for the races? Yeah. So the number again is 620-260.
Trump's assumptions about election assumptions that ultimately show to be they buy in because they believe Trump has immense political capital. His personality is one that needs to be allowed to explore all these different ideas to 12 million different people before he finally closes the door on election 2020. Everybody in a Republican Party, the highest ranks, in some respect, fancies himself an armchair psychologist when it comes to President Trump. They believe he can somehow manage the situation as long as they don't like touch can be kept under control. Does he manage to succeed? Does he get anything out of it? He recognizes that this thing is spiraling out of control. Sydney now, stretches in early 2021. This exasperation, with others close to Trump, losing control of the president, losing control of the presidency. Graham believes he can make a phone calls, figure out who voted fraud, and tell Trump, hey, it's time to close this. And then Trump decides to just wait, taking the lead, and then Trump starts to listen less to Lindsey Graham, starts to listen less to those around him who are saying, hey, there's not a mayor there. Where's the evidence? Here's the president. But he keeps hearing from people on the far right and inside his big team that there is something. There's a small election that needs to be further discovered. Trump begins to believe it in a way, even though evidence doesn't back it up. And when people in City College, come into his court and start telling him that there are affidavits saying that there's voter fraud in 10 states where the election changers are rigged, Trump opposes those ideas, even if they're not based in fact. Graham is no longer Trump. He starts to be sure his conversations will run because if you're not in Trump's effort in late November 2020, you're not in with Trump at all. He wants, yes, people around him. That's why he's sitting down. Short as late November, early December, they go over to the residence, trying to lead that yellow group near the residence in the second floor of the White House. That's where Trump's funneling Sidney Powell, funneling Region Beyond. And if you're not happy that way for him to stay in power, doesn't want to hear from him. As he goes into that period, as the president is starting to push this, who is Bill Barr? And what is his relationship with Trump? And, you know, is he a deep state operative? And years later, who's Bill Barr? Bill Barr had been Attorney General for George H.W. Bush, then went into the private sector in
into the private practice of law, but he wanted back into Washington, back to be close to the plane of power. He got that chance with President Trump. He ingratiates himself with Trump with a letter that outlines Barr's position on the Mueller investigation, expressing skepticism about the way the Mueller investigation is moving. Trump brings Barr in and makes him Attorney General. From day one, Barr must go along. Barr is a loyalist to Trump, and that's what Trump wanted when his presidency. So he wanted at DOJ was going to be a tough president, someone he can count on. Not necessarily as a political soldier, but as someone who would be a problem. Jeff Sessions, the previous AG, had been involved in problem. He wanted someone he could count on as a seasoned pair of hands at the Department of Justice. After the election, Barr is still loyal to Trump. Barr remains close to Trump in the days after the election, and he grows weary by the day with Trump's continued complaints about the election and allegations of fraud. That's spread out around the country, keeping track of the election and its integrity. Barr went a little bit too far in the eyes of many Democrats and Republicans in having the DOJ pay so close attention to possible election fraud. Barr is already tweaking Trump's lines when it comes to the election. He has a whole team that has a close eye to what's happening state after state. When Trump needs a barrel, Barr pulls aside to the president. The evidence isn't there. And when Trump goes on about voter Michigan and voter fraud in Pennsylvania, Barr comes at Trump with the data. Trump doesn't want to hear it. Trump screams at Barr. He says, I don't want to hear what you have to say. You're wrong. This election is stolen. Barr says certain election wasn't stolen. It was free. When Barr went ahead with Trump's way, Barr knew it was over. It was time to be the only question. Barr is the chairman. And now we're going to get everything is laid out. The Attorney General will tell you that versus the White House. Barr was in check. He got the president gross making wild claims of fraud and using the DOJ as a weapon to fight the political opponents and make claims of fraud. Barr was in check. So Barr doesn't stop Trump continuing to move down the path of claiming the election was stolen, of moving toward January 6th with the intention of blocking Biden and the certification of the election. Barr is a roadblock to Trump. He's not someone that ultimately has a lot of influence. He leaves the White House. Trump doesn't seem to care. He just keeps going. Our system was built to have the Attorney General be an independent officer in the cabinet, the chief law enforcement officer.
Here on
In
the
this time,
Tuesday
matching
night,
law
with the
enforcement officer
kid
offers acts to the president. But if the president doesn't accept the facts, the chief law enforcement officer does the system action for him. Because the president ignored his own Attorney General. Attorney General ultimately decided that Barr had power. He only had power to appoint. If the president doesn't listen, then power was I mean, it's true that my wife, Barr,
That's on September 24th. We have just had this Friday. Our live music is Friday this week, not Saturday. And I think I have an idea why they did it. Miss Tina is a big Keith Urban fan. Earlier this year, Saturday, we did
Be there long Saturday.
So we have Anna Goforth joining us this Friday. And then, the next weekend is the Continental Country. And then we have the Frontman coming on Thursday. So if you haven't got your tickets yet for the Frontman, make sure you do. You can get them by just give us a call at 316-945-1079 or go to our webpage, awnsradio.com, get those tickets. And then we also have Jason Wick, I believe, coming up with us in October. Yeah. And Doug's joining us for Valentine's Day. So I'm excited about development goes. And, Tracy Bird's coming back on October 22nd, and you can get tickets online still for Tracy Bird and the Bang Brothers December 10th. So there is a lot going on, but we're going to play Tanya Goforth real quick. So we're going to hear some music. I believe she is from Sedgwick.
Yeah.
And she's going to be joining us for the first time Friday night after explaining this project. So make sure you come out and join us. And support some of our local artists.
You can talk down by the first name. You can live it even though it's for any old thing. But that's all I'll say. Ask my sister what's the last thing, where she lives. I never got everything. My husband is praying all day. My grandma's sitting next to me.
Mark your calendar for Sunday, September 18th, for the second annual gospel concert in the country at the Wichita Union Stock House.
And enjoy great gospel music from David Foster, Tammy Vogel, Cynthia Welch, Justify, Lawrence Washington, and Wilkinson.
Doors open at 2 p.m. and the music starts at 3.
Refreshments and light snacks will be available.
Hosted by Joe Bennett and Miss Tina.
Don't miss the gospel concert in the country at the Wichita Union Stock House.
6251 West MacArthur Road.
Brought to you by Gary Mattress and Building and Faith and Light Bookstore in Windsor.
In Wichita, RVL Heating and Air, Napoleon Appliance Repair,
The Spice Merchant and Levis Appliance Repair.
Fisher Heating and Air, Athena Jewelry.
All Grand Appliance Repair, The Pizza Ranch, and Eagle Appliance Repair. Ready there? Are you looking for a welder? I have the welding service for you. Our Pro Welding in Hayesville. Jake is here to provide welding fabrication, mobile welding service, plasma cutting, plus special process welding. And with over 40 years of experience, they can design, build, and even help with the installation. Our Pro is AWS certified, licensed to insure, commercial, industrial, and residential. No job too big or small. Call us today at 316-305-6850. Our Pro Welding Service, 7131 South Broadway, Hayesville, Kansas. Tell Cowboy Bob sent you and say hi to Poncho. There's more at Seven Glands First Cancel Casino and Resort. Seven Glands rewarding $150,000 grand prize in a horrific car and more tax. Over 4 million every morning. The more you go with your Seven Glands reward card, the more you earn and more. Exciting concerts, events, and family gatherings at Specials Hotel and Indoor Water Park. Here's more at Seven Glands First Cancel Casino and Resort. Item 77 in Ukraine. Nobody with no words, maybe ain't really all that fun. Maybe wasn't very smart. Admitting I was wrong wouldn't be so hard. It was too clear. I did hit this guy. Or this major thing just might be known in town. If tears make a pity, I hope you want to die. My bank account was 17 with both feet black. And my money was a producer. Made a movie that was sad. That's what got it wrong. Best thing he ever had. We all know that it really is. And all you really know, doing things like this, you spend a lot of time. But I'm sorry for your soul. Doesn't really mean that much to anybody else. It was sure to feel good. I did it every sky me. If tears not making videos, and it cost me about the same. My bank account was 17 with both feet in the black. This time money was your producer. Made a movie that was sad. That's what got it wrong. The best thing you ever had. Hey, I could be a star. If it was cool, if tears are made of pennies, I just don't think you're gonna say my bank account was devastated with both feet in black. And it's somebody was a producer. I just don't think it was sad. The best thing he ever had. Hey, I could be a star. Hey, I could be a star. If it was cool, I wouldn't be.
Well, who did we just hear?
We just heard who is to be a sewer, Jim Nichols.
Jim Nichols. Okay, I looked at our notes for October. As I mentioned, I knew we had Jason Boyd coming. He will be with us at First Fight Union Stackers on October 1st. And then we have Zach Neal on October 8th, and then Tracy Bird October 22nd. So, and like I mentioned earlier, you can always check out our events on our Facebook page or on our website. And if you just want to know what's going on, just give us a call too. We also have dance lessons coming back on September 30th. And I know this is a popular finding right now. It's an Ed Sheeran song. It's called Shiver. It's very popular. You see people showing recordings of it all over social media. And I believe Jason and Courtney are going to teach that on the 30th. Now, it's a little longer than a normal line dance, but I believe that's the plan. So, anyway, do you want to take a moment and thank our sponsors for our Cracker Barrel show? Without them, we would not be here on this Tuesday night. We have Shelter Insurance, which is Cody and Taylor Zika. Cody is down in the Mall Bay area, and Taylor is in the Mall. No, I said that wrong. Cody is in the Wellington area, and Taylor is in the Mall Bay area. Sorry about that, everyone. You can contact them. I'm a little off, not in the right spot. Let me see if I try to contact her. Here it is. Taylor 316-777-4103 and Kobe 620-326-5382. They can help you with all your insurance needs. They'll Woodward, Mercantile, and they have 3 locations. They can be found on Mays Road in Mays, Highway 54 in Andover, and Main Street in Eureka. And, you know, they have a little bit of everything. They have feedback, great local food items, things that are local here. And what I love is all their outdoors and I didn't know there was much, but I wanted to see this summer. We had a dinner. Yeah. And we don't really have a great president or road behind us. So we gave kind of like a privacy law joke with contested. Somebody gave some prices and so I like to go there and get items from the outdoors to put on my wall. Right. So if you're doing that, that's just great. Brings back a lot of great memories going out there with my grandma and my aunts when I was down in Rwanda. They're located at 243 South Lake. There is a bunch of contact at 316-524-6666.
Guess who had the majority of
Well, Dave, what we got coming up here?
And that's where Trump saw it. As long as he tried to keep the election into the House, he had shot and second term. Keep the election into the House. The way to do it was to follow this plan outlined by John Eastman. Eastman's telling Trump it's possible. It's a long shot. It's a Hail Mary. But here's the plan. We're putting it down on paper. All we need is to get Pence to buy in. If the vice president walks away, he says this isn't a legitimate election. That would enable states to then have special sessions to try to put forward alternate electors. It would raise questions for local electors. Trump, time is up here. It's already failing the course. Now, late December, early January, he's a resource. This time, Vice President Mike Pence, how do you bring Pence in to be the first domino to fall in a line of dominoes to keep him out? But Pence is the person who has to start the process. Eastman says to Trump, you need to get Pence to be the one to walk away, because that causes chaos, that causes a constitutional crisis. Then you could argue the states need to step in. The House of Representatives might need to vote. And how do you change an election? Pence is crucial for giving his stamp of approval to this entire legal proposal, a political proposal. January 4th comes to the open. He says to Pence, from Eastman, listen to John. Listen to John. It's a pressure campaign. Pence says to Trump, I'm going to Georgia.
Mr. President, I'm to help you out. I'm overseas 5 years. Turns to Greg Jacob, his advisor. He says, tell him that he can do it, but he can't do it. It's not constitutional. It's not legal. Trump says you can't do it. Listen to John. Penn says, let's have Greg Jacob on lawyer. He went Eastman the next day. January 5th. Trump says fine. Trump flies to Georgia. The night of January 4th for a rally. It's not thousands of people in Georgia. Trump makes it clear on the television screen that's in Washington. Better follow the plan. Better listen to what I'm saying. Trump outlines in Georgia that Pence has to buy anywhere else. He presses his entire political career. Everything's on the line for Pence. If he doesn't follow through, Pence and his advisors want Trump in Georgia. And they grow recently. This president is not stopping his crusade against Pence. He's telling his own voters that Pence is begging him to do what he wants. Pence knows privately he can do anything that Trump has said. It's not constitutional. It's not legal. After the Georgia rally, Trump says when still not hearing enough from Pence, he has to put more into the plan. January 5th, 2021, Trump says to his advisors, I need Pence to clear route to New York. This time it's not with Eastman or with Mark Short. January 5th. Can Trump get Pence to agree? Trump and Pence sit down and deal with it. Trump says you have to do this way. If you don't do it, pick the wrong man and work years ago. I need you to do what you said, sir. Mr. President, I've been trying. Look at this. I'm taking hard. You just can't do it. Like, you need to do it in the Eastman plan. Outlines how you can do it. Trump points at a crowd outside. You can hear them. The noise is so loud that walking through the streets around the old keepers that there the night of January 5th. Trump and Pence can hear them very well. Trump's voice outside. Just if they gave you the power they wanted to do, they wanted you to do it like the people wanted you to do it. Based on our reporting, Pence says, I can't do it. Trump flies into a rage. He needs Pence to buy in. Pence won't buy in. Pence says to the president, I can't do it. I just can't do it. And Trump says, you can't do it. I don't even want to be your friend anymore. This is a man like Pence who gave everything to Donald Trump. His loyalty 24/7 for years. And a year, the president said, I don't want to be your friend anymore. Pence is great to say it was almost crippling to Pence on a personal level. He felt he gave it all. A friend of Pence, Tom Rose, told others that he saw Pence leave from the office that night. And Pence still displayed his ghost. He just been being in the hospital for hearing bad news. This was a man who had been nearly broken. A man he had been loyal to. Pence walks up to his advisors, Mark Short and others, and says they gave it all. And they told him to try everything. And then he tucks it to his motorcade and they slows it down. It was a critical moment in American history to have the vice president, one-on-one in the Oval Office, tell the president what ended up being the key of an insurrection, that he couldn't do the president's bidding and object to the certification of the presidential election if the vice president had somehow listened to the siren song of Trump on that night in the Oval Office. The country likely would have changed. We would have had chaos, crisis on Capitol Hill on January 6th. Pence goes home and has a muted dinner with his friends and advisors at the residence at the Maple Observatory. He decides that night he's going to issue a letter. The next day, he heads to the Capitol, sketching out why he can't what Trump wants. Pence decides he won't even go to the White House. On January 6th, he'll go straight from home to the Capitol. It's over. Between him and Trump, in terms of discussing any kind of objection. It seems like at the beginning, more into the rest of the country, into the difficult spot of being between loyalty to Trump and this election fraud claims that he makes navigated. You describe it like this. And the election leading up to the talking about he is in a relationship with Trump and after this next position. Mike Pence is a highly adaptable former Tom Brady who began his career
as a radio host who called himself Russian Zelensky wanted to teach someone who could embrace far-right conservatism, but have almost moderate temperament in his articulation of push the law and decaf. That's how Mike Pence described himself for years and how he described himself as he made it to the House of Representatives. Highly adaptable, because Pence always is willing to understand and change the Republican Party changes. Pence watches inside the House of Representatives how the party is convulsing toward the Tea Party era, and he signs on, he becomes a Tea Party leader, he goes to Indiana, becomes governor, and he watches Trump start to rise in the Republican Party. Instead of becoming anti-Trump, being compelled by Trump's personality, even though Pence initially was with Ted Cruz, he ultimately says, hey, I'm Trump's son, I want. Pence is a conservative, who's malleable in terms of his political when Trump calls it in 2016 and says, let's have you on the tape. He's all in. He's always high in the presidency. This is ultimate. Even Trump, as vice presidential contender, was a path in that direction. So why not? Some people go to Pence said, this is a terrible decision. Trump, you're likely going to lose the election. But Pence said, I want you, Trump, because I want to be prepared for you to go. Even if it's more populist than me, I'm willing to change. He adapted. He went with Trump. He was loyal from day one. He wasn't someone who was going to question the direction of Trump or the party, but ride the time. Now, he's the president at the beginning of the election, fraud allegations. And he has to decide, what is he going to do? Is he going to amplify it? Is he going to do like Giuliani? What is he deciding? This is the very one who has to do. They will intervene on January 6th. All so everything about Pence. In the days after the election, Pence is essentially echoing Trump in his own way, walking a political tightrope, trying to not be seen as extreme, saying the election was stolen, but not having any room between him and Trump when it comes to having suspicion about the outcome. Pence at event after event says to voters, don't worry, we're digging into this election, we'll look into possible fraud. He's not so. You're saying to Trump, cut it out. He knows that Trump, as much as anyone around Trump knows, he knows that Trump wants to fight this. He said not once, and he's not going to stop Trump in any way. He remains a loyal soldier, but he couches his rhetoric in a different way. Pence is always careful. He wants to be seen as close to Trump, but he doesn't want to be seen as just repeating Trump's words. He wants to have a career after Trump. That means not being seen as Mr. Storm election, enabling Trump, but he also wants to be seen as Trump's ally. It's never easy for Mike Pence to figure out exactly what to say and what to do. He doesn't want to lose his rhetoric as a Republican who's taken seriously by the leaders of the party, but he doesn't want to lose Trump's faith. There's a relationship with the discussion between Quayle and Pence. He's on that football with Mike Pence's process of English and going through that class. There is no one in the world who understands Mike Pence, perhaps better than Dave Quayle. Indiana Republicans. Mike Pence will serve as vice president of the presidency. The target of the world will get the profile of Mike Pence to deal with two male Republicans from Indiana who served as vice president of the United States. Dan Quayle was at the lectern on January 6, 1993, overseeing the certification of his own defeat. He was someone who made the shoe as Pence was about to put on. Pence also vice president to vice president. What do you think I should do? Quayle says, you don't have any options. There's one thing you can do. You certify the election. Pence says, I understand. You don't understand the pressure on Trump wants me to do something. There's a huge appetite inside of this White House to somehow fight this off the certification. Quayle says, I get it. I understand the president's angry, but you don't have options. This you're an overseer of the certification, the MC, the major name, nothing more. Pence understands. He says he listens again. He says this is a tough situation. We're hearing about voting fraud. States like their own. Arizona. Quayle now lives in Arizona. Quayle says, don't buy it, Mike. There's no fraud here. This is not a legitimate claim of fraud. Don't buy into the claims of fraud. Just do your job. Pence listens. He trusts Quayle. They're
from our listeners that we hear from Mr. Everett. Now he wants to hear Mr. DJ by Charlie Davis.
Another vice president, not a political advisor on payroll, not for someone close to Trump, not for some random lawyer. He was carrying advice from the former vice president went through the same thing. And Vice President Will had one message again and again. Nothing to do. Certified election. You stand up there, you smile, certified. Message through Facebook or email, and let you know who your favorite local elected is and request one of their songs. So if you have a Friday night, jump on to our US 107 Facebook page and click on there to request the song from Women's Local.
What do they think that they are doing when they are telling the crowd tonight what is the plan at that point and what is going on? What he's talking about Pence to those people. As someone who's covered Trump for over a decade, there's no happier moment for Donald Trump than when he's clearing up a crowd. I've seen it in Arizona, I've seen it in Texas, I've seen it in Florida. He loves to have the crowd in the palm of his hand and not worry about the consequence of what he's saying. To stir them up, to show their loyalty forever. He likes to have the crowd with him. He wants the crowd to be the biggest possible. January 6, 2021, President Trump was one of his biggest crowds, his most enthusiastic and fervent crowds, and he wanted them to do whatever they wanted to prove their loyalty. Maybe that was marching up to the Capitol. Maybe that was rallying outside of the White House. He didn't think that far ahead about what it would all mean. But he liked chaos. He likes the crowd. He frenzy because it's a show of appreciation and fervor for him. We can read Donald Trump's mind and what he wanted from that crowd. Certain his words that day that he put in action. He wanted them to stand with him and fight. Trial by combat, as Giuliani said. What do you think, Senator? And they're changing. It is now part of the crowd. What is happening? Once Pence releases his letter and it circulates immediately on social media, Trump supporters they can't believe it. Pence is breaking Trump is not going to do what the president wants. They explode on Pennsylvania Avenue on the steps of the Capitol because of the letter. They realize Pence isn't going to go along. Once the Trump supporters at the Capitol realize that Pence has issued a formal letter saying he's not going to do what Trump wants, they began to chant, "Hitting Mike Pence, find Mike Pence, take down Mike Pence." They want to find the man they now blame for enabling Joe Biden to become the next president. And anyone who's going along with certification is seen as an enabler of Biden. They want to find them, and they want a confrontation. Pence is inside the chamber, Secret Service pulls him out. The crowd's in the building service. He needs to move into a safe location. They move him to the side. The office where Biden's in the chamber. Built downstairs to a secure area. His aides should leave the Capitol. He says to his agents, "I'm not going in. I'm going to leave. I need to stay." Because he knows the minute you get in the motorcade, that motorcade will take you away. It'll take you to a secure location that knows when you get back to the Capitol to continue the certification of the elections. Pence decides to stay. He declines the offer to leave the Capitol. And what's happening in the White House, especially as regards Pence? The president tweets at 2:24, puts his attitude towards that. What's happening? Trump is watching television from near the Oval Office, processing it all, pleased to see his supporters at the Capitol. He's not horrified by what's happening. People came in to see him in the dining room saying he was watching television almost like he would be watching a golf match. He may not at all, not really reacting to it in an emotional way. Happy to see his supporters out there. It's a man of Pence's condition that Pence is safe. He shrugs and says, "No, okay, it's reality." This is someone who's not really that concerned based on our reporting about what was happening in Pence because he knew Pence had broken with him. Pence was that wasn't top of mind based on our reporting when he was so laughing at the crowd was like, I mean, it's intriguing about him. You know, that's not that expensive was that Eastman, Trump, and others are still pressuring Pence as the riot began to do something to object to certification. The pressure campaign by Trump and the final moment on January 6th. Even as people are storming the Capitol, the president is unrelenting. He moved back off of his push to have Pence walk away. He wants Pence to do something. So the pressure campaign continued, even without Trump being physically there. His people were there pressuring Pence. And for Trump, it was something to watch, not something, at first at least, to stop. So we haven't talked much about, but they made a similar agreement or similar calculation as Lindsey Graham that they put Trump was worth it, Kevin McCarthy. And in this moment, January 6th is the moment where he's going to see how much influence he actually has in a phone call to Trump. What is that phone call? What does he have to see with Trump? And what does he have as a result? McCarthy says to Trump, you need to call these people out of here. You need to get them out of the Capitol. McCarthy's office was being bombarded with rocks and pelted by people with metal bars. In the days after January 6th, I walked through McCarthy's office just to see it, and you could still see the cracks in the windows, the trash outside. McCarthy's office was being ransacked on January 6th by the rioters. McCarthy's office was ransacked, cracked windows, trash everywhere. His staff was in fear of their lives of being taken. This was a moment of true fear inside the U.S. Capitol, whether you were Republican or Democrat, that your life was at risk. McCarthy tells Trump, you have to get these people out. Trump says to McCarthy, Kevin, these people believe that I want more than you did. That's where Trump's mind was in the conversation with McCarthy about loyalty, about election supposedly being stolen in Trump's view. It wasn't about McCarthy's safety or Pence's safety. It was about loyalty and political obedience. Trump wanted loyalty and obedience from McCarthy, even as violence consumed the Capitol.
Start. Buwan bigan.
So I'm going to take advantage of this and go.
alligators. They're well living. Lindsey Graham, where's he? Lindsey Graham is frustrated. He's emotional. And he says he's had enough of this entire fight spearheaded by Trump. He doesn't really agree with Trump. Yeah, he's for it's a full agreement about Trump. But not a 695-107. Graham is someone who's still talking to Trump days later about how he should rehabilitate himself for the president again in 2024. There's a momentary spasm of frustration with Trump that doesn't last. Those speeches on the Senate floor, Senator Graham, Senator Lee, showing frustration with the president taking it to this point, to the point of a capital attack. But they don't want to see themselves distance too much from the man who has all the power. I mean, you describe it, he's confronted by Trump supporters in this day that were from January 6th. He must see the power of the days. That's right. Senator Graham feels that he after that speech, approached to airports and Trump supporters saying, "And you're a traitor, at worst, you're expletive." Graham nods, he takes it, he grimaces as he makes his way through the airport, and he recognizes that if he wants future Republican authority, he certainly can't agree with Donald Trump. He had his own position on January 6th, his own position on whether Trump went too far. But Trump is the party, and it's visceral. There's an almost violent edge to the way Graham is criticized on social media and elsewhere. They see Graham as not just someone who opposes Trump's position on January 6th at that time, but someone who's a traitor. Traitors. This is the kind of way Graham is cast immediately by Trump supporters. Graham quickly burst to rehabilitate himself with Trump. He was Trump supporters. It was a moment of dissent from the Trump position.
to repair itself. McCarthy didn't need to make an explicit offer of rehabilitation for Trump. It was just that. This was an offer to come back and begin the Trump comeback. Thanks to McCarthy, as a congressional leader, made it happen. McConnell had broken with Trump, wasn't talking to Trump, McCarthy was going to fly out in Trump's home to show that time of respect to Trump and come to Trump's place. Not have Trump come to the Capitol. We're going to Mar-a-Lago. McCarthy made so many Trump supporters in the House believe that the House GOP will remain completely cozy with the former president. McCarthy's visit all honors like Representative Cheney. So McCarthy is someone who is ingratiating to the party of the bearers. Instead, McConnell said he should do what they want in the Senate impeachment trial, and he did not vote to convict Trump. Though he blamed a lot of January 6th on Trump himself. McCarthy goes down to Mar-a-Lago and says that Trump, regardless of what has happened in recent weeks, I still need you for him. I need your help to help me win the Speaker's gavel in 2022. Trump sees McCarthy, one politically blind person who can help him come back. He's someone who's not trying to go to the this opportunity to do just that. To have a full late January, early February 2021 is a moment in history to look back on. That is a rare window where Republicans can let Trump down and go in an entirely different direction. They did. So this is going to get to the end. The anniversary of January 6th came out as Cheney and her father, there, she's going to be censure. Basically, she was saying that many generations of mentally, the ultimate pride, the transformed by January 6th, by the decision that makes us that where is the party about, and what is that scene from the time. January 6th, as a moment where Republicans had to make a decision about each of them. What does it mean to be a Republican? Your reaction to January 6th, the insurrection, tells us everything. There was an attack on the U.S. Capitol after a rally held by the President of the United States, who was pushing his supporters in Congress and elsewhere to reject the election. The Republican Party for years was influenced, watching President Obama win election after election, watching Democrats win battles, Mitt Romney in 2012. Republicans became the party intended to come back. Bill Ryan, his vision of Medicare and Social Security reform doesn't land with most American people. It doesn't land with working class. After 2012, the Republican Party loved the working class the most, and that the future of the party had to be centrist. The big issue moved in a different direction. We saw that from Jeb Bush and so many others who ran in 2016. But there was one person on that 2016 stage who said, I actually don't want to go after entitlement reform. I want to limit immigration, and I want to have more, national security. Trump revolutionized the Republican Party, a free trade party, protectionist. He made a party that was trying to moderate immigration, a party of reforms, restricted on immigration. Trump changed the entire party. He made overtures for working class union Democrats, and he made Republicans think inside the halls of Congress that maybe they had a new paradigm of the future. But they had in 2016, Republican Democrats, but it's going to be this
Oh, that's such all day.
Let me go to Walmart.
Yeah. Oh, now.
Kitchen is looking good. There's a lot. The touching.
Oh, yeah.
That's that. Yes. Go down.
I see it now. That was Tracy Lawrence playing that good song for you. Hey, stick around with me. I got some more good tunes. And well, I feel like Hank Williams tonight.
Hey, stop. Danny, no. Leave it. Leave it. Get over here. Come here. Danny, stop. You don't have to go down and give her dog. Okay? Relax.
Turn down my stereo. Walk to the
I was ready from time to time, but now I'm a little shooting out of space. Trump took a Syrian.
Yes,
he's a healthy sleeping monster. And that is supported in the elements of a way. Your spine is in the wrong position and you're yelling. Now, young boy, boys are dangerous from social media. This week is the development as among the so-called that materials pertain to foreign nation community. So to what extent does that make role model a target for foreign nations, for example, really benefit from having that information? What are the national security risks of having very sensitive information on the face of the earth? Say, you have this everything from urbanization and transmission.
we're looking at the target for foreign agents and assets for a long time. This is nothing new. It's extremely rising environment, people coming in and out all the time, big events, people wandering around. And it's certainly not the place for documents to be lying around, much less top secret or national security expert that I've pursued. Obviously, have a surface. Is it possible for what's missing and what the implications of not just like the documents now, but missing classified documents? I don't know the answer to that question. It may be possible to reconstruct the missing contents of a particular form if the form designates what the contents are. You know, if there's some kind of sticker right
documents being listed with confidential documents and other classified documents. A college specialist dorm room. It's not a place for these things to be, but it's not just a question of confidential top secret documents. These are government documents that were stolen under the authority of the people of the United States. The president noticed that the Constitution of the United States creating an office of there are constitutions that do that. In other words, presidents have certain kinds of rights and privileges that are special, but when you call the president of America a citizen, that's what they are.
We spend so much time in this hellish dystopia that is comparing Donald Trump to Hillary Clinton. Because it's 2022 and Hillary's been better than a decade, so now we talk about her. But given this new information related to our life, what do you say to someone who tries to draw an equivalency between Trump and Hillary, or still tries to contend that she was worse?
Yes. Donald Trump, for example, who does that? Well, Donald Trump wanted to undercut, as everybody remembers, using that private email server where there were absolutely zero classified emails in there. And what has been determined in investigation after investigation, there were just no classified emails. Whereas with Donald Trump, of course, we know that there are more than 100 classified documents that he claimed and confirmed from the U.S. government on his way out, and all these other government documents as well. And that were used to steal again, using that private email server. Of course, the Trump administration did as well. So there's no comparison between those two cases.
I think at this point, a lot of people see abject criminality. They see stolen documents, they see stolen materials on nuclear capabilities, empty folders where alarms getting infiltrated by Russian-speaking foreign actors. It's such a shit show, and the criminality is so obvious that we all know that if it was anybody else, they'd be in prison so fast their head would spin. I think that people just want to see some accountability. So this is a two-parter, but what's the punishment that we're looking at here, and what's the timeline that you would imagine it would take for someone to be handed down?
I got to step back for a second and just remind you that I'm a member of the January 6th Select Committee, and we're not working on that stuff. We're working on a different set of crimes, which I think are the historic crimes in the United States president who set out to win the presidential election and help to incite and unleash violent insurrection against the government. We in the committee were taken totally by surprise by this new scandal that's erupted with Donald Trump. He's a person who began the right way. So every day we learn about new things that he's done. So I don't want to speculate about what to make prosecution and consequences may be. I do agree with you entirely. There's great frustration in the public that it seems as if Donald Trump, like a slippery hot boss, is able to wiggle his way out of any particular situation with his money, his lawyers, his invocation of voting legal doctrines, and so forth. And I'm just betting that he's bet his match in the January 6th Select Committee and Chairman Vice Chair Liz Cheney and the members of the committee, because we're well determined to get to the bottom of this massive American constitutional violence.
That's the exactly is the January 6th Committee. So, first of all, can you give a quick review of what's the January 6th Committee, when you guys began, and how
We've not made any decisions about those. My guess, however, is that we're talking about school student guest
some history around Irvin's missing tasks in the Secret Service and the Department of Defense. We've been able to find out that we determined where that happened. There's some details about the exact information against Congress and against the Vice President Pence. What exactly was going to happen? That'd be great if you could reconstruct his intent with respect to his actions. So those are some loose ends that would be in place to tie up what there is overwhelming evidence, clarity, to take up the answer he said about ways to try to go ways in violation and he said dangerous the January 6th itself became the news where Trump began trying to tear up witnesses who had yet to testify for the committee. We became aware of information that you suspected would hear information. Those efforts traditional dog food, but to me it's well worth the investment in his health. And he literally loves it. Like the dog will do like backbends for this food when he sees it. He's like, yes! Other dog foods we would try him on, he like literally wouldn't eat them. We'd have to like hand feed him the food. This, he just like devours in 5 seconds because he loves it. So he gets a fourth of a pack of this per day. Obviously he's small, so that's why. So I'm gonna go section this out and give him his breakfast. Literally, this is how much he loves it. Look at him. He can smell that Steven's putting it in the bowl for him.
All right, buddy, ready?
You ready? Yeah, sit down. Good boy. See, like, literally obsessed. Oh my god. So if you guys want to try the Farmer's Dog with your dog, I would highly recommend it. Like I said, human grade whole foods that are made fresh. I do want to thank the Farmer's Dog for partnering with us on today's video. Clearly, Prince loves it, and it is well worth it, in my opinion, for him. So they did hook us up with a deal, though. So if you guys click the link in the description box, you can get 50% off of your first box. So definitely check down below in the description box. You can go to their website, check it out, and get 50% off. So like I said, link down below in the description if you guys want to check it out.
Wear comfortable shoes. I refuse to wear comfortable shoes, and you shouldn't wear.
But it's too funny. Hey, y'all know how the coach said this, man. This was too funny, bro. They mad at me right now, yo. Yo, what's good? What's good? Man, y'all get on here, man. Let me tell y'all about it. Well, let me tell y'all about this, bro.
Brady Dose presents 15 signs you're an INFJ, the world's rarest personality type. The acronym INFJ stands for Introversion, Intuition, Feeling, and Judgment. This personality type is considered to be one of the rarest of the 16 Myers-Briggs personality types and makes up only about 2% of the world's population. People who have this personality type have very unique characteristics that help them stand out from other individuals. They can be incredibly mysterious and emotionally intelligent, and are sometimes referred to as the counselor or advocate. Although we may think we know a lot about this personality type, it is in fact very misunderstood. So let's explore some of the main traits of the INFJ personality type and find out if you are one of them. Number 1, different wavelength. INFJs tend to feel like outsiders due to the fact that most other individuals are on a different wavelength than they are. Their dominant function is intuition. They subconsciously notice patterns in basically everything. Mostly, these patterns have to do with human nature because of their secondary function, feeling, which draws them toward others. Intuition is an individual's ability to subconsciously understand something without knowing how or why they know it. Since intuition works subconsciously, it can be described as a sort of psychic ability. However, INFJs often have a difficult time trying to explain this sixth sense to other people, which often leaves them feeling isolated or purely misunderstood. Number 2, want things perfect and often procrastinate. People with this personality type often deal with a constant fear of failure. They strive for perfection and strive to surpass the normal capabilities of a regular individual. This means that INFJs procrastinate a lot due to their subconscious need to find absolute perfection in mostly everything, even though realistically they can.
I'm telling you right now, you've got to get all over your house because you see where the economy is going to go. The house is going to be probably your key asset. Ask James Finch, a cybersecurity expert for Assistant Director of the FBI, who's now an advisor to Home Title Lock. James, what are people to do? Because right now, if somebody comes in and starts messing with your title and takes out a loan, you're finished because you gotta protect that home. That equity in your home could be all you got, all you have to weather this storm, sir.
That is correct, Stephen. Most people
to overturn the 2020 election. Today, January 6th committee member, Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, talked about the DOJ appearing to hint at a criminal referral.
We may have a criminal referral. I think that's likely, but with their investigation from here out. And look, we've got to hold people to account. If the rule of law says you can attempt a coup as long as you fail, and you won't be held responsible, that is way more dangerous for this country than
reports say Trump's, quote, chief fundraising vehicle, Save America PAC, is under new legal scrutiny after the Justice Department issued a round of grand jury subpoenas that sought information about the Political Action Committee's fundraising practices. NBC News has not matched that reporting. And that's not all. Late last night, the Senate Judiciary Committee announced that it had launched an investigation into charges that Trump's DOJ pressured federal prosecutors to go after his critics. It's a lot to digest. I want to bring in NBC's Ken Delanian, Betsy Woodruff Swan, national correspondent for Politico and an MSNBC contributor, and Lisa Rubin, legal analyst for the Rachel Maddow Show. Good to have all of you here. Ken, I want to talk about your reporting on those 40 subpoenas. Who are we talking about? Who had their phones taken? Do we know what the DOJ is trying to find?
Well, Chris, it's very apparent there is a multi-pronged and escalating Justice Department investigation into various aspects of the efforts by Trump and his associates to try to overturn the 2020 election. And to your point, one phone was seized from a Trump insider named Boris Epstein. Subpoenas went to a wide-ranging group of people inside of Trump world, including people associated with that PAC you mentioned, Save America PAC, but also other people very senior in Trump's orbit. Reportedly, Stephen Miller, NBC News has not confirmed that, and Dan Scavino. And I did speak to a lawyer who represents Donald Trump in this investigation. He also represents former NYPD Commissioner Bernard Kerik. And he said Kerik got a subpoena last week for documents and testimony. He described the subpoena as incredibly broad. He said it sought information on anyone and everyone associated in it, even a tangential way with the Trump campaign. It's probably an exaggeration, but it speaks to the sort of broad nature of this Justice Department inquiry. And all this activity took place just on the edge of the 60-day quiet period, the period in which the DOJ is reluctant to take public steps in a politically sensitive investigation. So what they've done now is they've put out all these requests for documents and testimony, and they have the next 2 months to absorb this information, understand it, and see where they are going in this investigation.
Lisa, what do you make of what we're seeing? Do you see this as a major escalation?
Chris, I think I do, but one of the things that's really confusing is that months ago, public reporting indicated that there were a number of different grand jury investigations into the 6th and the president's conduct. And based on the reporting that Ken was referring to and that NBC News confirmed yesterday, it appears that a number of those strands are almost converging on themselves. You have on one hand investigations into the former president's conduct and how he incited the events and the violence on January 6th. You have what was thought to be a separate investigation into the funding of January 6th, and then a third into the fake electors. And what we're seeing now is that all those things are appearing to intermingle together. And the subpoenas, as they were reported, ask people a variety of questions about all of those subjects together. It also strikes me, Chris, that one of the recipients of the subpoena, according to the New York Times, is Brian Jack. He's the last political director at the White House. And in addition to having former President Trump as someone he consulted with, he also serves for Kevin McCarthy and a number of House Republicans. That's another development to watch.
Yeah, Betsy, I'm so curious about your assessment of this because we have been watching and you have been watching so many investigations that seem to be happening on parallel tracks, but you do see this intermingling and now you have 40 more subpoenas. How do you do this?
You ready?
Yeah.
Reporting the Dan Scavino got a subpoena in my view.
I'm gonna wear my bra. You have a phone call.
Huh?
You have a phone call.
I do?
Probably Gary. Tired. Tired today.
719. Who the heck is that? Oh, it's only 26.
Everything you're not taking. Come.
Hello? I missed a call from this number. I missed a call from this number. My name's Barry Snakes. Oh, somebody hijacked your number. Sorry to bother you. Bye. Somebody hijacked that guy's number. He said, I didn't call you.
So somebody used his number. What do you think about the kitchen?
Oh, wow. Looks nice. Jeez.
Can you paint this?
Nice job.
Then you're gonna I do this, whatever, I want to clear
Okay, I'll move
everything.
this stuff out.
And then tomorrow I will think this, and then I will this, that, everything you need to do, just leave it there. And then this, I will think this, that, I still have to.
Oh, that floor, you can't just throw paint on it. You have to clean that and stuff.
Oh, yeah. What I'm saying is I will paint it, but I'm gonna clean it first. But that's the whole thing. Okay. Also, I want to leave the radio on, you know.
Let's take Big Boy, because I haven't driven it in a long time.
Yeah. You have your key, house?
Yep.
I cleaned this cooler because we will use that on the anniversary.
Oh,
Bring
okay.
it out, buy ice at Brahms, and then we have some dishwater and some
Oh, okay.
canned juice or whatever. The kids can
Okay.
just get drinks, you know.
Okay.
Is that a good idea?
Yeah, that is a good idea. When we get back, I'll take this down and then put new bulbs in it.
Yeah.
Does that work? A while ago, but I don't know where the bulbs are.
Here, I will give you the bulbs. In here. I put it all there inside that, inside the bulb. Okay, yeah. You have the
We're
key,
not feeling-
your phone, no?
Yes, she's going. Well, it's not that hot. She can stay in the back.
Yeah.
That's the next thing on my list. Wouldn't change the course of fate. Kentucky grass just had to wait. 'Cause I've got more important things. Like pushing that kid on a backyard swing. I won't break my back for $1,000,000. I can't take to my grave. So I put off for tomorrow what I could get done today. Like go for a walk, say a little prayer, take a deep breath of mountain air, put on my glove, lay some cash. It's time that I make time for that. Wade ashore, cast a line, look up an old lost friend of mine, sit on the porch and give my girl a kiss. Start living, that's the next thing on my list. Raise a little hell, laugh till it hurts, put an extra line to play at church, all of my folks, just a chance, it's time and I make time for that. Stay up late, and over sleep, show her what she means to me, catch up on all the things I've always missed. Just start living, that's the next thing on my list. Under an old paperweight, my list of things to do today.
Toby Keith, My List, here on your home for real American country, US 107.9. Stick around with me. I got some Jason Aldean, Gary Allen, but now, John Conley, Come Man.
As the maid poured wine and we prepared to dine, I knew I was feeling out of faith. At a table as large as a river bar, and I love you written all on your face. I appreciate your hospitality, but I wish that we would go. Let me drive us to McDonald's and I'll talk to you concerning something you should really know. I'm just a common man, drive a common van. My dog ain't got a pedigree. If I have my say, gonna stay that way. I'm proud people lose their sanity. The common man is what I'll be. I'll take a Chevrolet just any day. So give your daddy back his Mercedes-Benz. And there's some common people that I hang out with. They're my good time buddies, they're my friends. And I'd rather chug a lug of microphone of beer than sip a crystal glass of wine. So won't you make your mind up to believe in me and leave this high little world behind? I'm just a common man, drive a common van. My dog ain't got a pedigree. If I have my say, gonna stay that way. I'm proud people with their sanity. And a common man is what I'll be. Yes, I'm happy just being free. And I'm happy just being me. And I hope that you will see. I'm just a common man, drive a common van. My dog ain't got a pedigree. If I have my say, gonna stay that way. I'm proud people lose their sanity. And a common man is what I'll be. I'm just a common man, drive a common van. My dog ain't got a pedigree. If I have my say, gonna stay that way.
Vicki Vale here. Join me weekday mornings from the Wichita studio of Real American Country, the new 107.9.
I wouldn't mind being alone. I wouldn't keep checking my phone. Wouldn't take a long way home just to drive myself crazy. I wouldn't be losing sleep, remembering everything you said to me like I do in lately. You wouldn't be all that I want. Maybe I could let go. If I didn't love you, I'd be good right now. I'd be better than everything I saw around. And it would be easy not to miss you. Wonder if I was with you. So I want you whenever I want you. If I didn't
steak, you need the perfect seasoning. And if you're making the perfect shrimp Alfredo, you need the perfect seasoning. Well, check out the Spice Merchant. You'll find just about every perfect seasoning on planet Earth, not to mention the absolute best coffees and teas from around the world, kitchen gadgets, accessories, and great gift ideas, too. The Spice Merchant, 1300 East Douglas in Wichita. We can't be perfect, but there's no reason that next steak can't be.
Step up to the ultimate mowing experience with the Cub Cadet Ultima Series, the industry's strongest zero-turn lineup, featuring a fully electric Ultima ZT1 for high-quality performance without all the maintenance. And now, the Ultima ZTS, a first-of-its-kind zero-turn with an intuitive steering wheel. See the Ultima Series at Trailers and More, a mile and a half north of Kellogg on Mays Road in Wichita.
You get more with Trailers and More. American country, you're at 107.9. So you're standing in the middle of the thunder and lightning. I know you're feeling like you just can't win, but you're trying. It's hard to keep on keeping on when you're being pushed around. Don't even know which way is up. You just keep spinning down, around, down. Every storm runs out of rain, just like every dark night turns into day. Every heartache will fade away, just like every storm runs out of rain. So hold your head up and tell yourself that there's something more. Go walk out that door. Go find a new rose. Don't be afraid of the thorns, 'cause we all have thorns. Just put your feet up to the edge. Put your face in the wind. And when you fall back down, keep going down the bend. Every storm runs out of rain, just like every dark night turns into day. Every heartache will fade away, just like every storm runs out of rain. Set you free. Every storm runs out of rain, just like every dark night turns into day. Every heartache will fade away, just like every storm runs out of rain. It's gonna set you free. It's gonna run out of pain. Set you free.
Every storm runs out of rain. That seems like that's been a common issue there. That song for you by Gary Allen. Coming up, we got some John Michael Montgomery, Elder Presley, Chris Young. Here on your home for Real American Country. This is Dallas Fit on US 107.9.
Just one look, knock me off my feet. I'm not a man of many words, so I'll make this short and sweet. Yeah, take a chance, go dance, make a little romance, honey, it'll be alright. Early, I be wishing we were hugging and a kissing, I really need you tonight. So good, what you think you gonna get by asking what you gonna be my baby tonight. I'm not trying to come off my soul, rhymes don't wrong, no. I'm looking for a whole lot more than a one-night rodeo. What can I do to prove to you I'm a lady all the time? I'll even get down on my knees and beg you one more time. Girl, it's gonna if I ask you what you wanna be my baby tonight. Yeah, take a chance, slow dance, make a little romance. Honey, it'll be alright. Girl, I be wishing we were hugging and a kissing, and I only need you tonight. So good, what you ain't you gonna get by asking what you gonna be my baby tonight. US 107.9. This hour of Song of Inspiration brought to you by Trailers and More at 433 North Mains Road in Wichita. Well, you've been around for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run for a long time. Let me tell you what I'm going to do. Don't tell that long time lies. Well, tell that midnight right. Well, tell the devil around. Right, tell the devil it's not a lot of money, let me tell you the news. I has been wet for the midnight. I've been down on my bended knees, talking to the man from Galilee. I got smoking, he smoked so sweet. I want to finish up on the language speak. He went with the hand and opened my head. Break up the money, let me tell you what he said. Go tell that long time life. Well, tell that midnight ride. Well, tell the devil look around. Back, I just tell the good. We're on. Sure does God make the day and the night, but you look when the dark will be brought to the light. We're running hide, so and slow. Trying to take the mote from your neighbor's eye. Sure as God made the rich and poor. You're all our riches of what you sow in there. Run for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Let me tell you, got a money. Don't tell that long time life. Don't tell that midnight ride. Some people go to the church as a signifier, trying to make a deal with the neighbor's wife. Brother, let me tell you, she was born. You must believe that a woman alone, because one of these days,
mark my word. You think that brother is going to work? You sneak up and knock on the door. I saw a brother you not no more. For a long time. For a long time. Everything you got money. Don't tell that. Don't tell that. It's my brother.
Real American Countries on KWLS, Winfield, Art City, Wichita. US 107.9.
Tuesday night, crowded bar, some gal lights some cheap cigars. Bartender yells at him, so he walks out, he walks in. Right through that cloud of smoke, cat calls and dirty jokes. Scan the room a couple times, find a seat right next to mine. Lonely eyes, well it sure looks like you just might be looking for something. Look at me, and I think you'll see those lonely eyes don't have to be alone tonight. They analyze your glass of wine, throw away a pickup line. Now and then they check your phone, catch mine and let them go. From a little bit I've seen, get a perfect shade of green. Next time they come my way, heaven help me make them say, lonely eyes, well it sure looks like you just might be looking for something. Look at me, and I think you'll see those lonely eyes don't have to be alone tonight. Pay my time, catching cab, go home and keep myself sleep tonight. Give me a sign, just a smile, baby, let me back to lose myself deep inside. Lonely eyes, lonely eyes, sure looks like you just might be looking for something, for something. Oh, look at me, and I think you'll see those lonely eyes. They don't have to be alone tonight. Lonely eyes. You don't have to be alone tonight. US 107.9, Real American Country.
Say you never danced to a dashboard singing REM on the summer stars. You're lean back on a jet black Chevy, blowing smoke rings in the dark. You don't wanna be a rule girl, I'd be just the same. Yeah, I know that you don't know me well, but we can make that change. Well, on the last time, you started on the first time. Yeah, just now, cool, all I feel. I mean, I thought my girl, nigga, what you gonna do? Like a real guy. Let your head down, feel alive. Oh, it was the last time. You did something on the first time. You never drank from the bottle of the $2 wine, one barefoot through the mud. You never had the right kiss going from your lips while you watch the sun go up. Well, I know your friends are watching and they probably disapprove. Forgive me just half a chance, girl, I'm daring you. Well, on the last time, you did something on the first time. Yeah, yeah, yourself going all I feel. Maybe something new is what you're feeling like a real guy. Like your head down, feel alive. Oh, it was the last time. You did something on the first time.
For the first time, that was Darius Rucker there for you. Hey, I got some more good music coming up. Stick around with me, Dallas the Kid, here on US 107.9.
Gerald Woodard here at Woodard Mercantile. We know your animals and your lawn are your pride and joy. Stop searching the aisles at the big box stores trying to find answers or just someone to help you. Come to Woodard Mercantile and let our knowledgeable staff help you with all your animal or lawn and garden questions. Plus, pick up a Traeger grill, chimenea, decorations for the yard, signs for the man cave, or just a propane refill. For 25 years, Woodard Mercantile has been your hometown, locally owned store where service and convenience don't cost extra.
One of country music's finest. Somebody else will
Justin Moore, live in concert. Saturday, October 29th, First Council Casino. On sale now at 7clams.com. Another breath of fresh air from Intervisions. Mid-American Country, US 107.9. Everyone radio, tuned it to a country show. I was rocking in the cradle to the crying of the steel guitar. Mama used to sing to me, she taught me that sweet harmony. Now she worries 'cause she never thought I'd ever really take it this far. Singing in the bars and chasing that neon rainbow, living that honky-tonk dream was all I've ever wanted. It's the biggest guitar sound. Just trying to be somebody, just want to be heard and sing. I'm chasing that neon rainbow, living that honky-tonk dream. At the Sunny Ball Club, 5 pictures in an old Dodge coupe. And now the Houston Cars show on Saturday night. This old head is killing me. Every time I sing the blues, when the crowd's into it, Lord, it makes the thing I'm doing seem right. Standing in the spotlight, chasing that neon rainbow, I'm living that honky-tonk dream. It's all I've ever wanted. It's the biggest guitar sound. Just trying to be somebody, just want to be heard and sing. Chasing that neon rainbow, living that honky-tonk dream. Daddy's got a radio, bought it 30 years ago. He said, son, I just know we're gonna hear you singing on it someday. Well, I made it up to music road. Lord, it up the wheels turn slow. Still, I wouldn't trade a minute. I wouldn't have it any other way. Just shove it to the stage. I'm chasing that neon rainbow. I'm living that honky-tonk dream. 'Cause all I've ever wanted is to pick this guitar and sing. Just trying to be somebody, just want to be heard and sing. Chasing that neon rainbow, living that honky-tonk dream. Oh, I'm chasing that neon rainbow, living that honky-tonk dream. We are Giddy Up Radio, KWLS 107.9. Locally owned, locally operated, locally involved. Never thought you'd pick up the phone. It's Friday night, you should be out on town. Didn't think you'd be sitting at home all alone like me. Nothing on TV, nothing to do, nothing to keep my mind off you and me. And the way it was, are you thinking about it now? Because I could be there in 5. One more last time. We don't have to be lonely tonight. Need you, want you, I'm ready. We don't have to be lonely tonight. I know we should, but I don't care. I won't be loud, I won't be strong. I just wanna hold you till the home.
the fire I miss, those kiss me eyes, your red wine lips on mine, like it used to be. Baby, I want you and you want me, and we don't have to be lonely. Need you until I'm ready. We don't have to be lonely. I know we should learn how to care. I wanna be right, I wanna be strong. I just wanna hold you till the heart breaks down. When the sun comes up, we can both move on. We don't have to be lonely. One more last time. We don't have to be lonely. I need you, and I'm right here. We don't have to be lonely. Satin sheets to lie on, satin pillows to cry on. Still, I'm not happy, don't you see? Big long Cadillac, tailor-made upon my back. Still, I want you to set me free. I found another man who can give more than you can. Though you've given me everything I can buy. But your money can only time like me just on a long, long night. You know, you didn't keep me satisfied. Satin sheets to lie on, satin pillows to cry on. Still, I'm not happy, don't you see? Big long Cadillac, tailor-made upon my back. Still, I want you to set me free. Satin sheets to lie on, satin pillows to cry on. Still, I'm not happy, don't you see? Big long Cadillac, tailor-made upon my back. Still, I want you to set me free. Satin sheets to lie on. Silver wings shining in the sunlight, roaring engines
headed somewhere in flight. They're taking you away and leaving me lonely. Silver wings slowly fading out of sight. Don't leave me a crying. Don't take that if ain't mine. Because you knocked me out of your mind. Let me stand here behind. Silver wings shining in the sunlight. Glory angels headed somewhere in flight. They're taking you away and leaving me lonely. Silver wings slowly fading out of sight. Silver wings shining in the sunlight. Glory angels headed somewhere in flight. They're taking you away and leaving me lonely. Your silver wings slowly fading out of sight. Slowly fading out of sight. Slowly fading out of sight. Slowly fading out of sight.
My dad's favorite Merle Haggard song there, Silver Wings, played by Merle's son, Marty Haggard, here on your home for Real American Country, US 107.9.
Hello, this is Ray with Home Lumber Supplies in Enfield, Kansas. We are an employee-owned company that has been in business since 1905. We have in-store experts to help design your kitchen, bathroom, doors, windows, houses, and metal buildings. Besides our large selection of lumber products, we have decking, siding, fencing, roofing, hand tools, power tools, paint, plumbing, electrical, and hardware. We are open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30, and Saturday, 9 to 3. Come on down to Home Lumber and Supplies in Enfield, Kansas.
Cowboy Bob here, and I want to send you to Prather and Sons Auto Repair in Mulvane. Go to someone that knows cars. Dustin has 20 plus years of experience. He can help you with routine car maintenance to major repair or even customize your car. Plus, you get all your tire needs met at Prather and Son Auto Repair in Mulvane. Call them today. 316-655-7126. Or better yet, drop by 1010 Southeast Lewis Drive in Mulvane.
September 29th, the Wichita Union Stockyards and US 107.9 present
The Front Man. Tim Rushlow, formerly of Little Texas, Larry Stewart of Restless Heart, and Richie McDonald, formerly of Lone Star, join forces on stage as one band to present one of the most incredible concert events that features over 3 decades of nothing but joy.
Concert series sponsors include B&B Lumber, Ag Spray Equipment, Riverwind RV, Robert's Overdores, Toppers Plus, Factory 233, Dandale's, Burwell Roofing, one of the top pumpkin patches in the U.S., Walters Pumpkin Patch, Quality Body Shop, Raver Ford, and Winfield Motor Company. Get your tickets now. Call 316-945-1079 or online at kwlsradio.com.
He spent his whole life trying to forget. Watched him drink his pain away, little at a time. But he never could get drunk enough to get her off his mind until one night he put that bottle to his head and pulled the trigger. He finally drank away her memory. Life is short, this time it was bigger. And the strength he had to get up off his knees. Found him with his face down in the middle, with a note that said, I love her till I go. And then we buried him beneath the willows. They say whiskey love. But nobody knew how much she blamed herself. Years ago, she tried hard for whiskey and I drank my pain away till I died. But she never could get drunk enough to get it off her mind till that bottle to her head, pulled the trigger. Finally drank away his nothing short, this time it was bigger. The strength she had to get up off her knees. And her with her face down in the pillow, lay into his picture for years. Lay next to him beneath the pillow. I need to say whiskey love. Catching up in a neon light. Didn't know till we walked in, it was karaoke night. She was in a circle, girl, she said shower the line. She was laughing, they were there and her to get on the mic. One of them walked up and turned and rang. Next thing I knew, man, she was up on the stage singing Miss Caroline. Tales California, maybe she'd fall for a boy from South Georgia. She's got the bar in the palm of her hand, and she's a 90s country fan, like I am. I got shit, she can flip the quarter. I turn her anywhere from here to California. When this song is over, I gotta find her. She got me, Miss Carolina. I told you I'd leave a light on. If you ever wanted to come back home, you smiled and said you appreciate the gesture. I took your every word to heart, 'cause I can't stand us being apart. And just to show how much I really miss you. Every light in the house is on, the backyard's bright as a crack of dawn. The front walk looks like runway lights, it's kinda like noon in the dead of night. Every light in the house is on, just in case you ever do get tired of being gone. Every light in the house is on. If I should ever start forgetting, I'll turn the lights off one by one. You can see that I agree it's over. But until then, I want you to know, you look south, you'll see a glow. That's me waiting at home each night to hold you up. Every light in the house is on, the backyard's bright as a crack of dawn. Front walk looks like runway lights, it's kinda like noon in the dead of night. Every light in the house is on, just in case you ever do get tired of being gone. Oh, every light in the house is on, the backyard bright as a crack of dawn. Front walk looks like runway lights, it's kinda like noon in the dead of night. Every light in the house is on, just in case you ever do get tired of being gone. Every light in the house is on.
Come join me, Cowboy Bob, each weekday afternoon from the Wingfield studio of Real American Country, the new 107.9.
The only two things in life that make it worth it. Guitars are too good and burn, feeling well. I don't need the name in the marquee lights. Got my son, got you with me tonight. Maybe it's time to go back to the basics of love. Let's go to Luke and Texas, waiting where the end blows. The successful life from them got us feeling like the Hatfields in the coals. Between Nicholas Payne songs, Blueberry's train songs, and blue lights crying in the rain. I'm looking for Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. So let's settle by the rain, buy some boots and faded jeans and go away. This moment's just joking me. If you're my society, you cry all day. We've been so busy keeping up with the Jones. For carbon lives and we're still building them. Maybe it's time we back up to the basics of love. Let's go to looking back Texas, waiting where the angry moments. The successful life we're living, got us feeling like the Hatfields and the Coltons. Between Hankman's pain songs, Newberry's train songs, and blue eyes crying in the rain. I've been looking back Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain. Let's go looking back Texas, where they can wait on that boy. This successful life we're living got us feeling like Hatfields and the Coltons. We Hank Williams pain songs, Jerry Jeff train songs, blue eyes crying in the rain. I'm looking back Texas, there ain't nobody feeling no pain. Friday night in the moon's high, wide awake just watching you sleep. Now once you're gonna have more than just the things that you need. We ain't got much now, we're just starting now. But I know somehow, that is coming. Someday, baby, you and I gonna be the ones who good love's gonna shine. Someday, baby, you and I gonna be the ones who ready for the big place you be, rain green as big as the sky. I know it's hard to see it now, but baby, someday you'll know that. This road we're on, you know I'm not alone, but I feel strong. It's all that matters. Someday, baby, you and I gonna be the ones who good love's gonna shine. Someday, baby, you and I gonna be the ones who hold on. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Yeah, we're gonna handle it all. Someday, baby, you and me the one who loves gonna shine. Someday, baby, you and I gonna be the ones who hold on. You and I gonna be the ones who good love's gonna shine.
Better Life. That was Keith Urban there for you. I hope you're enjoying yourself on this beautiful Tuesday evening. It looks like down here in Winfield, looking out the studio, looks like the streets are starting to calm down. But stick around with me on your way home for your home for Real American Country US 107.9.
There's a lot of projects around the homestead that you can do yourself if you have the right equipment, but when you only use it one time a year or less, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go out and buy it. Let me tell you about the guys at Gusta Rental. You most likely have about anything you need, and you just rent it when you need it. If you're trying to make your lawn look super awesome, you might need an aerator, a verticutter, or overseer, or a riding mower. Gusta Rental has even tillers to help you with your garden. And if it's time to fire up the grill and you need propane, they do that too. Open 7 days a week. Gusta Rental on the corner of Santa Fe Lake Road and East Kellogg.
Mark your calendar for Sunday, September 18th, for the second annual gospel concert in the country at the Wichita Union Stockyards.
Come enjoy great gospel music with Gordon Cross, Tammy Vogel, Cynthia Roush, Justified, Lawrence Washington, and Rick Hinson.
Doors open at 2 p.m. and the music starts at 3.
Refreshments and light snacks will be available.
Hosted by Joe Ben and Miss Tina.
Don't miss the gospel concert in the country at the Wichita Union Stockyards.
6251 West MacArthur Road.
Brought to you by Derby Baptist in Derby and Faith and Life Bookstore in Newton.
In Wichita, RBL Heating and Air, Napoleon Appliance Repair,
The Spice Merchant, and Larry's Appliance Repair.
Fisher Heating and Air, Athena Jewelry.
All Brand Appliance Repair, The Pizza Ranch, and Eagle Appliance Repair. We'll see you there.
KWSS, Real American Country, it's 107.9.
Oh, that cowboy has to cover up his horns. Sweet talking fork and tongue have a tempting charm. Before I turned around, that girl was gone. All I can say, bartender, pour me something strong. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who ripped my world, that angel who did me in. I think the devil drives me to the devil. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I got time to kill. Down and broken hearts fell. It was long and cruel, set in the light. Fire engine red, that thing was highway. He revved it up, she waved goodbye. Love's gone to hell, and so will I. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who wrecked my world, that angel did me in. I think the devil drives me to the devil. I watched him drive away over the hill, not against her will. I got time to kill. Down and broken hearts fell. Here's to the past, they can kiss my glass. I hope she's happy with him. Here's to the girl who wrecked my world, that angel who did me in. I think the devil drives me to the devil. I watched him drive
in Hartsville. That was Joe Nichols there for you. Coming up, I got some more good music. I got some Alan Jackson, but right now, Tracy Lawrence here on your home for Real American Country.
US 107.1.
This hour's song of inspiration brought to you by Augusta Rental at the corner of Santa Fe Lake Road and East Carroll.
Nothing but the blood of
Brother, what can wash away my sin? Tell me what can make me whole again. Always for my part in this I see. Always for my pain in this I go. I said, oh, precious is the Lord. That makes me white as snow. And no other ground I know. I said nothing, nothing else. You can make me whole again. Oh, my part in this I see. Oh, and for my pain in this I know. So I said nothing, nothing else. Nothing can present nothing's gone. Not a good that I have done. This is all my hope and peace. This is all my conscience. I said, oh, precious is the Lord. That makes me white as snow. And no other ground I know. I said nothing, nothing. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood of Jesus. Nothing but the blood. I said, oh, precious is the Lord. That makes me white as snow. And no other ground I know. I said nothing, nothing else. Now by this I'll overcome, nothing but the blood of Jesus. And by this I'll reach my home, nothing but the blood. Glory, glory, this I sing, nothing but the blood of Jesus. Oh, my prayer for this I pray, nothing but the blood. I said, oh, precious is the Lord. Nothing but the blood. I said, you wash away my sin. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. I said, you wash away my sin. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood. Nothing but the blood.
Real American Countries on KWLS, Winfield, Art City, Wichita. US 107.9.
learning how to give it all today. As life went on and years went by, saw the light in Daddy's eye, felt the love and promise pain. They kept us warm and kept us fed, taught us how to look ahead. Now looking back, I understand. We were walking high rock, the times that are not forgotten. Those fertile fields are never far away. We were walking high rock, the times that are not forgotten. Leaving home was the hardest thing we ever faced. When Sunday mornings rolled around, we dressed up and hand-me-downs, just spending time together with church. Sometimes I think how long it's been, and how it impressed me then. It was the only day my daddy wouldn't work. We're walking in the times that are not forgotten. Those fertile fields are never far away. We're walking in the times that are not forgotten. Leaving home was the hardest thing we ever faced. We're walking in the times that are not forgotten. Those fertile fields are never far away. We're walking in the times that are not forgotten. Leaving home was the hardest thing we ever faced. We're walking in the times that are not forgotten. Those fertile fields are never far away. We were walking in the times that are not forgotten. Leaving home was the hardest thing we ever faced. Walking in Martin, you know it's true. The rumor you heard about me and you, I never told a soul. So tell me how the whole world knows. It must have been the roses and the wine. Maybe this unexplainable smile. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. I hope it's true. 'Cause rumor has it you love me too. I've got a ring and a plan, but I see you're on what I'm gonna say. I never said a thing. Tell me what gave it away. It must have been the roses and the wine. Maybe this unexplainable smile. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. I hope it's true. 'Cause rumor has it you love me too. It must have been the roses and the wine. Or maybe this unexplainable smile. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. I hope it's true. 'Cause rumor has it it must have been the roses and the wine. Or maybe this unexplainable smile. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. I hope it's true. 'Cause rumor has it you love me too. Yes, you do. I heard it too.
US 107.9.
On one hand, I count the reason I could stay with you and hold you close to me. Oh, so many others can. I love playing with you. On that hand, there's no reason why it's wrong. No other hand, there's no thing to remind me of someone who would not understand. On one hand, I can stay and be your loving man. But the reason I must go is on the other hand. In your arms I feel passion. I thought it died when I looked into your eyes. I found myself when I first kissed your lips. I felt so alive. I've got to build it to you. You're something else. On the other hand, there's golden thing to remind me of someone who would not understand. On one hand, I could stay and be your loving man. But the reason I must go is on the other hand. Yeah, the reason I must go is on the other hand. I know, baby, and here in the down when it comes to you. You know all about the way I feel inside. You know how hard I try. But that don't mean that I ain't a little stronger, dig a little deeper. Come a little farther in, take the place you go. I'm gonna start all over. Show you who wants in my heart.
Love a Little Stronger, that was Don Rio. Coming up, we got some Carrie Underwood, Don Williams. But coming up here in a few, Don Williams on your home for Real American Country, US 107.9.
Since 1936, RCB Bank has offered progressive products and friendly service. With our online banking tools and rewards checking, RCB Bank makes your money work for you. We can also help you buy your first home, save for your kids' education, or plan for retirement. Whatever your banking needs, RCB Bank is here for you. Go today to find out why people say RCB Bank. That's my bank. Some qualifications and restrictions apply. For a DIC requirements and NMLS number 788151.
Farmers and ranchers, listen up. The Already Livestock Auction has been serving Kansas and beyond since 2000 with a fully computerized sale program for fast and accurate settlement and a climate-controlled arena. We also have a fully modern vet barn available and covered pens to accommodate up to 4,000 head of cattle. Sales are Thursday at 11. Give Josh a call today at 316-320-3212 or go to the website ElDoradoLivestock.com.
Yes, you know why you've been crying. Feel bad, no true love. Sometimes you smile, sometimes you cry. But we'll know why. Just you now, no true love. Still bring us joy to share with those who really care. Sometimes we smile, sometimes we cry. But we know why. Just you
I can't untie them.
I do it. Why? You and I.
Hey everybody, I'm Jim Dan. Find me and join me on Sunday morning Classic Country Rewind from the Wichita studio of Real American Country, the new 107.9.
I did this house tours first. Your coffee is in the front porch.
Okay, thank you.
Well, me and my lady had a first big so I was all around the old marquee down the end of half. All of the said, will it be? I said, didn't reach around for the whiskey. Didn't pour me a beer. Everybody's coming with me. He said, you can't find that here. Let the first one kiss on the second day. I was all worried when you came home late. Driving the rain, just the way it goes. Cause your hands are shaking so much. And it's the way that she looks with the right set of hands. Even first suffers the whole first year. And asking for seconds to keep her from tearing. Yeah, man, that's the good stuff. Grab a cup of milk and pour a glass. I smiled, said I'm ready. Sit there and talk as an hour passed. Like a bed. Saw a black and white picture and he caught my stare. It was a pretty girl with long hair. Said, that's my baby. Take about a year with me. He said, spend 5 years in love. You took from me. I've been so 3 years now. Cause one thing stronger than a whiskey. On my baby girl. Yes, you know that straight girls I gave you. Yeah, for yours. Baby, love. It's a teacher saying I'm wrong. Right there, the town got small. Drink it up. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff.
What's that, folks?
It's the biggest country music event to hit Wichita in years.
It's the Frontmen of Country, September 29th, Wichita Union Stockyards.
Larry Stewart of Restless Heart.
Richie McDonald of Lone Star.
Tim Rushlow of Little Texas.
30 number one hits, 30 million records sold, a night of incredible country music.
Wichita Union Stockyards, September 29th, 7 p.m. 6251 West McCarthy.
Tickets at kwlsradio.com or call 316-945-1071. Don't miss this amazing show.
Be listening every Sunday morning at 8 for Gospel in the Country.
2 hours of great country and contemporary gospel music. And I so love doing every week.
Christina, if you want to comment on the show, make a request. Drop me a line at JLB at 1079kwrs.com.
Or just call me at 316-945-1079.
That's Gospel in the Country every Sunday morning, thanks again, right here on US 107.9.
I've seen stuff put inside, stretch on strong, yeah. I was running strong back in my backyard and I was some baseball card. No deal for me to start my life on. I was a kid when Elvis died, and my mama cried. It was 1970 something in the world that I grew up in. Mailbox and hair new days, mailbox and mail-track days. Looking back now, I can see me. Oh, man, I look cheesy. I wouldn't trade those days for nothing. It was 1970 something. It was a dawning of a new decade. We got our first microwave. Down, right, shake outside my room. I took stickers off of my Rubik's Cube, watched TV all afternoon. My first love was Daisy Duke and them. Oh, jeans. They just fell out of the sky. And the whole world cried. It was 1980 something. It was when I grew up in. Big hair and parachute pants. Looking back now, I can see me. Oh man, did I look cheesy. I wouldn't trade those days for nothing. Oh, it was 1980 something. I got a mortgage and an SUV. Gas prices are killing me. It makes me wish. It was 1980 something in the world that I grew up in. Cheesy. I wouldn't trade those days for nothing. Oh, it was 1980 something. 1970 something. Oh, it was 1970.
Weed, 60 plus from dawn to dusk in the red dirt heat. Busting it up for a couple of bucks, but it ain't no thing. Just another day till I'm on my way to cool sheets. And you working on the night shift, for your jobs, racking up the overtime. We're working on the night shift, baby. You're right, get right. No need to talk, I know what you want and what you like. Cause I do too, yeah, I love how you leave on the lights. Not a thing between you and me, and it feels so nice. When you and I are working on the night shift, baby. Dying for your trust like crazy. Racking up the overtime and we're loving on the night shift, baby.
Attention homeowners, we want to replace your roof with this roof of the future. Watch this important message now for more details. Erie Metal Roofs is looking for
The level of classification that we're talking about here for these documents, beyond top secret, beyond sensitive compartment, that could very well include the plans for counter-striking against Russia in the event of a nuclear attack. That's something that's part of the football program, which I've written about, where the president chooses options for these documents on how to respond. He has to respond within 20 minutes to prevent annihilation of the United States. And that's one item that could be in these documents. Another is penetrations by the CIA of foreign embassies, of foreign leaders like Putin, as well as recruitment of spies overseas. So we're talking about incredibly valuable secrets that the Russians, of course, would have been after. The Russians would have been trying to penetrate Mar-a-Lago day and night, and very possibly did recruit spies to obtain these documents.
Ron, you're saying that they could be there. We have no idea if they're there or not, and we'll never know. And at this point, based upon all of your reporting and the report we just did at the top, you can't trust these guys because they lie and they plant evidence for a living.
Yeah, it's one thing's for sure, it's that Ron Kessler isn't getting invited back anytime soon. If you want to know what panic looks like, it is Jesse Waters as his guest goes off live on air explaining why, in fact, it was so dangerous that Trump held on to classified documents at his little golf club / cemetery in Mar-a-Lago. And in pretty damn simple terms, too, that the documents could contain, for example, the U.S.'s plan to respond in the event of a nuclear strike by Russia, in which the president would have only 20 minutes to make a decision on what to do next. It would seem obvious that Russia would probably want that information, and so maybe, just maybe, the best place to store that information might not be an unsecured golf club where the owner can't stop opening his mouth to anyone at the gas station. Just, for starters. And of course, I shouldn't have to explain this to Republicans, of all people, because clearly they understand the seriousness of mishandling classified documents, right? Since, if memory serves me correctly, they spent the better part of a decade wailing about Hillary Clinton mishandling classified documents of her own, which apparently was the gravest national security crime in the history of the world. And yet, while Clinton had 113 classified documents on a personal email server, it turned out that Donald Trump had 184 confidential, secret, or top secret documents at Mar-a-Lago, more than Hillary Clinton. And look, I'm no math genius, but it would seem to me that if they believe that Hillary Clinton should be, quote, locked up for mishandling 113 classified documents, then I'd imagine they would want Donald Trump, quote, locked up for 71 more documents.
Thank you.
Right? Anyone at all? Of course, the reason that exactly 0 Republicans are calling for Trump to be thrown into jail is because they never actually cared that Hillary Clinton mishandled classified documents. They just wanted to attack a political opponent. They wanted to use her as a boogeyman, which is why, by the way, they still fearmonger using Hillary Clinton to this very day. But the fact that Trump did effectively the same thing, but to a much greater degree than she did, and yet no Republicans have found it in themselves to call him out, goes to show that all those people were only interested in a political attack. So all of that grandstanding and hyperventilating about national security was, you guys,
Get him, Brian.
bullshit. What a surprise. And for those saying, well, Mar-a-Lago was plenty secure, there was a lock on the door, blah, 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 Michael Sala from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette revealed today in his reporting that a 33-year-old Russian-speaking immigrant posed as a member of the European banking dynasty and infiltrated Mar-a-Lago, where she mingled with Trump supporters and showed up the next day for an outing with Trump, Lindsey Graham, and others. So for everyone out there pretending that somehow Trump's golf club is in any way, shape, or form a secure facility, I guess all it takes is a pretty young girl coming into contact with a bunch of perverted old men to suddenly undermine their supposedly security protocols. Hey, maybe having a guy who can't
Get him, Brian.
screw back at women might not be the best idea for national security after all.
Huh? Okay, just a minute.
Grace and deference when Hillary Clinton had fewer classified materials than Trump had. I don't seem to remember any Fox was coming on air and saying, well,
friend.
More.
Wow, that's a lot of meat for $10.
Okay. That would be. Okay.
Is that all or is there more?
Still, it's fine because at the end of the day, the FBI plants evidence anyway. Isn't it fun how these Foxos always have an excuse? Isn't it fun how all the way down the line, there's always some shiny new justification as to why we can never blame Donald Trump and he's always fully absolved? Weird how when it's a Republican, there's always some magical explanation as to why it's never his fault. Just like you can see, some Foxos might be accused of molesting. They might think that they're polite. They might think they're just too smart for the because that is nothing but a front for that. Job shortcoming for the that's it. It's an entire ecosystem predicated on protecting someone who's almost competent. And at the exact same time, themselves will like shit on others when they inevitably defend the same and well without that. So they might be clever, but it's the same way that a 4-year-old hiding behind a stop sign thinks they're clever. All see they're hiding clear as day. What the idea is them. Before you go, a couple things. First, if you want to support my work, the best way is to subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button is right here on the screen. And second, if you want to see and hear more from me, check out my website, Brian. Say goodbye to germs, dust, allergens, pollen, and smoke now and forever. Since air pollution has gone up, all the harmful air pollutants can attack you inside your home as well. According to the government's Environmental Protection Agency, indoor pollution can be 5 to 10 times more than outdoor pollution. All the dust, car exhaust, dangerous fumes, gases from cooking, and pet dander can flourish inside the 4 walls of your house, resulting in breathing problems, coughing, allergies, and often leading to a risk of getting asthma or long-term lung diseases. But you can keep yourself safe and breathe in clean air with Air Ionic Air Purifier. With HEPA technology, this aluminum builds pure. Here's what I think. I think we should have a law at the federal level.
Yeah, shut up, Peggy.
Targeting working new inflation numbers sending shockwaves through the stock market. The Dow nosediving more than 1,000 points, the worst day for stocks in more than 2 years. The new numbers, inflation soaring a hotter than expected 8.3% in August. It comes just as President Biden celebrates the Inflation Reduction Act. Republicans going on the attack. Also tonight, the stunning counteroffensive, putting Russian forces on the run in eastern Ukraine. New images, Ukrainian troops burning Russian flags after retaking a city near the Russian border. The alleged atrocities the Russians left behind. The Queen's final journey from Scotland to Buckingham Palace, where she's spending one final night. And what the palace just revealed about William and Harry's roles in tomorrow's procession to Westminster, where the Queen will lie in state. The new fallout after the DOJ issues dozens of subpoenas of the January 6th investigation. The passing of a major figure in the Bill Clinton impeachment, Ken Starr. And the twist of fate, how 2 pilots found out they share much more than a love of flying.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. The direction of the U.S. economy befuddling the experts again and rattling investors in a huge way as the latest consumer price index data finds inflation in August was mostly unchanged, despite the Fed's actions to cool soaring prices. Inflation up 8.3% last month. A year ago, nowhere was the disappointment expressed more profoundly than on Wall Street, experiencing its worst day in over 2 years. All 3 major indexes suffering big losses. The Dow off nearly 4%, the S&P down more than 4%, the Nasdaq dropping more than 5%. Wall Street bracing for more interest rate hikes by the Fed after steadily falling gasoline prices have failed to offset the rising costs of other things we buy. Emily Buchetta has our report.
From the price tags in the checkout aisle to the cost of keeping the lights on and even the size of the rent check, New data today showing what so many Americans are feeling. The price of nearly everything is stubbornly high, up 8.3% compared to a year ago, putting more pressure on the Federal Reserve to continue aggressively raising interest rates when it meets next week.
We have more to do, but we're getting there.
The higher than expected inflation numbers, unwelcome news for President Biden, who today celebrated the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act.
We had a vision, a plan, and we stuck to it. And the result is we're getting the job done for the American people.
Republicans slamming the White House ceremony today as out of touch.
Democrats' policies are suffering.
There's my cow mix.
Every time.
I have 2 cents because I'm a double chin.
While the national average for a gallon of gas is